Supremacy Games. Chapter 1026-1050. Chapter 1026 4 Down in the blink of an eye. Are you still planning to rely on your ranged abilities? Asna wondered. Yes. Felix smirked confidently. I don't believe it. Asna crossed her arms together as she stressed, you will be forced to fight them up close one way or another. Aha, I can't believe my own girl is doubting me. Felix provoked, wanna put your money where your mouth is? You think I won't? Asna scoffed, what do you want to bet? The winner gets to do anything he wants with the loser for an entire day. Felix grinned, how about that? Asna's cheeks reddened a bit, knowing that this bastard was up to no good if he ever won. However, she knew that backing out now would make her appear cowardly. Fine. I will make sure that you go through a hellish day with me when you lose. Asna smiled wickedly. We will see about that. Felix disclosed, the bet terms are simple, I will win this game without moving an inch from my place or using my Argodite nukes. Plus, you can't read my thoughts. Asna agreed with his terms immediately as Felix was standing on top of Titan's head. She knew that it would be difficult for him to snipe the Vulcans while the Titan's head kept bobbing left and right. Plus, the distance was just too far between them to threaten the Vulcans. 100 kilometers, 90 kilometer, 80 kilometers. The moment the distance shrunk to 80 kilometers, Felix brought his hands together and started producing electrical discharges from one palm to the other. The electrical discharge's intensity was getting bigger and bigger until it was close to impossible to see anything besides them between Felix's palms. A bit more, a bit more. Felix murmured in his mind as he continued producing billions of electrical discharges each second while trying his very best to keep them contained in such a small zone. What is Landlord up to now? Spirit Animal commentated what was in everyone's minds. Oblivious to the curious looks on him, Felix stopped adding more discharges and began pushing his palms together through the horrid resistance of electricity. It was clear that the force was too much to be contained in such a tiny space and may result in bad ending for Felix. Yet, Felix didn't care and continued pushing his palms together while twisting them like he was sealing a jar. After a few more seconds of such a tough process, Felix's fingers had finally linked with each other and close both of his hands shut, letting out extreme blinding lights from the gaps. I can't believe you are going to use that technique. Asna smirked, you bastard barely succeed in using it during your training. Felix ignored her as he was utterly concentrated on what's going on within his palms. While others couldn't see anything, he was capable of seeing a condensed sphere of lightning particles stacked against each other. Here we go. Felix let out a long exhale as he manifested a white bullet made out of adamantine inside his hands. The bullet failed a couple of times to shape up properly due to the crazy interference of the lightning particles, but in the end, Felix succeeded in pulling it off. He didn't stop at that, he forged 3 more bullets until there was no more space in his hands. Done. Felix smiled faintly as he opened his palms and exposed 4 extremely bright bullets, making it hard for the viewers to guess their shape without Spirit Animal filtering out the light. Whoever saw those bullets felt chills course on their spine even though they had no clue what they were capable of. Felix fitted the bullets within his sniper rifle's magazine and took his sniping position, aiming directly at the nearest Vulcan to him. Don't tell me he is actually considering firing from such distance. Elnora's eyes widened a bit, there is still more than 70 kilometers between them, and he isn't on a stable surface. He is probably just prepare. Kaboom! Before anyone could react, Felix fired the bullet in direction of the Vulcan. The camera followed the bullet automatically, resulting in the viewers seeing that it had ended up breaking into countless trees before finally landing tens of meters away from Autumn Blaze. What was that? Autumn Blaze was alerted by the noise, forcing her to pull some distance from the beast she was fighting. After a swift examination, she spotted the destruction that the bullet left in its wake, making her realize immediately what it was. It's him. Even though the bullet hadn't touched her or even landed a few meters next to her, Autumn Blaze had no intentions of prolonging her stay near it. She recalled David's fate. Unfortunately, Felix had no intentions of letting her go away. Release. He snapped his finger calmly, causing the undamaged white bullet to start breaking into particles. The instant a tiny part of the bullet disappeared, the raging intense stored electricity finally found a way to be free. It freed itself in the most shocking and frightening possible way. SZZLZLZLZLZLZL. Hundreds of trillions of entrapped electrical tongues got released at the same time, creating an explosion of electricity that covered more than 5 kilometers in distance. It shaped up like a chaotic spherical field of illuminating electricity that ran through anything in its path. The force of such explosion was so massive and intense, everything got obliterated indiscriminately and at the speed of light. Autumn Blaze wasn't able to even react properly before she found herself shattered into millions of fragments, mixing in with the remains and wreckage of trees, boulders, animals, and beasts. The most shocking part? The electrical storm remained raging on even though it had already erased everything in its wake. As long as Felix was feeding it his lightning energy, it would never disappear. Kaboom! 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 Not waiting for anyone to wake up from their daze, Felix fired the other 3 bullets one after the other. Just like Autumn Blaze, his new targets ended up in the same fate. It was simply impossible to escape from the clutches of the electrical storm due to its abnormal speed. In less than 5 seconds, 4 horrific electrical storms were seen spread out in front of everyone, making them unable to take their eyes off them. Molten River, Waldbauer, and the surviving Vulcans could only eye those electrical storms while listening to the strings of notifications, informing them about the death of their teammates. Go back to the Titan. As the captain, Molten River forced himself out of his daze and shouted furiously while sprinting towards the cart. He had absolutely no idea what had just happened and how did his teammates got eliminated in less than 5 seconds while being tens of kilometers away from each other. The only thing he knew was that it had to do with Felix. At the moment, the only place safe for them was near the Titan. Whoa! What the hell is that? I have never seen such an ability. Crazy. Can lightning even be used like that? The viewers absolutely lost it after seeing the Vulcans running towards their cart with tails between their legs. No one had anticipated a tiny bullet could result in a powerful lightning storm that could cover many kilometers of land. This was one of Felix's learned techniques in the dimensional pocket, lightning storm bullet. He spent years to learn it since it required him to master the condensation process of electricity, which was much harder than condensing poison into liquid. That's because poison was in gas state and no matter how much he condenses it, it would turn into either liquid or solidified liquid. On other hand, lightning was an energy. It was common sense that condensing energy in small spaces that couldn't contain it would never end well. It took Felix millions of attempts before finally being capable of achieving it without having the condensed electricity blow up in his face. The fact that he managed to put such immense electrical energy within tiny bullets was also an achievement on its own. All of this was done without using any bloodline passive or ability, which was 100 times much greater than turning Argodite gemstones to nukes. What do you think? Humph. Now that you have scared them off, you can't touch them while they are hiding next to their Titan. Asna clicked her tongue in annoyance. I know. Felix smiled, but, I have already forced them to stop hunting. Sure enough, not a single Vulcan dared to step away from their Titan, using him as their shield. Captain, this is going f***ing horribly. They will start gaining speed on us eventually. Waldbauer cursed with an agitated expression. His team was reduced from 9 to merely 5 in the blink of an eye. What's worse, the hunted game in their possession was lost as well. This isn't the time to lose our cool. Molten River replied with a stern tone. He knew that their situation wasn't favorable at all. But, he couldn't just whine about it or surrender. There was so much in stake to give up when things got difficult. Listen, as long as Landlord is alive, we can't expose ourselves to his bullets. Molten River ordered. With the death of 4 of his teammates, he finally learned a hard lesson that no matter how far the distance between them, Felix could still see and hunt them. He was still having difficulty processing the fact that Felix's vision could surpass 70 kilometers. He was a peak radiant player and his infrared vision could barely go past 30 kilometers. Do we have enough food to reach the center in one go? The team's cook counted the newly hunted prey as well as the other prepared food before answering, I believe it should be enough. Good, we can still slow them down with our abilities when they enter our manipulation range. Molten River narrowed his eyes coldly in direction of the Earthling team. If that monster decided to fight us in melee range, we will hold him down while Waldbauer goes to kill his teammates. Understood? Yes. Let's win this. Chapter 1027 You have no idea what I am capable of. Molten River knew that even if his team ganged up on Felix, he wouldn't be able to deal with him properly in a melee fight. That's why he planned to use the Titan as a shield, enforcing Felix to not go all out to avoid harming their Titan. They knew that Felix couldn't afford getting penalized and imprisoned within the cart for half an hour during the last stride in the game. 60 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers. The moment the distance between the carts became 20 kilometers, the field of view was cleared out completely from trees. Both carts entered a smooth green landscape, allowing them finally to see each other from a distance. In the center of the grass field, there was a towering gate with a slow spatial whirlpool, facing both sides. This was the end goal. The first team to have their cart to go through the portal would be considered as the winner. Launch now! Molten River ordered loudly as he pointed his hand at the railway of the Earthling team. Waldbauer and the others all emerged from the cart and started to manifest gigantic molten spherical rocks. Whoosh whoosh! Without an ounce of hesitation, they launched them in the air, causing them to get set aflame. The Vulcans are fighting back with their special move, Meteor Shower. Spirit Animal commentated passionately as he watched tens of inflamed meteors smash the Earthlings' team railway. Naturally, the railway didn't suffer any damage, but the giant molten rocks were broken into large fragments and remained on it. The fragments' sizes and numbers weren't a joke. The Vulcans made sure to fire a few kilometers in front of the Earthling team's cart to avoid hitting their Titan. This is bad. Ronaldinho said with an agitated tone, we need to clear the path as fast as possible or our cart's speed will take a bad hit. Everyone knew that it would be extremely difficult to remove the blockage when the Vulcans were launching new ones non-stop. Some fragments were as big as the Titan that was already surpassing tens of meters in height. He, you need to move from your place to clear the path. Asna giggled happily, knowing that it would be challenging for Felix to remove the fragments while remaining on top of the Titan. His sniper rifle bullets were just going to pierce through the fragments, which was useless in this situation. As for his explosive bullets and electrical storm bullets, they leave behind bad aftermath that might harm the Titan when he goes through them. Everyone assumed that Felix would be forced fly towards the fragments and remove them after turning into a giant or something similar. The Vulcans thought the same and prepared a contingency plan in case it happened. You should have really watched me train instead of playing cards and watching dramas to ease your boredom in the dimensional pocket. Felix chuckled at Asna's confidence and the worried looks of his teammates. Sniper rifle. Explosive bullets? Electrical storm bullets? You think I spent a century to master those couple of techniques? Felix narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint, you guys have no clue what I am truly capable of. Before Asna could react, Felix manifested a smooth ceiling on the cart made out of white adamantine, then, he mewed, true railgun V2. Under the stunned eyes of the viewers, 5 giant navy railgun made out of crystals emerged in a horizontal straight line at the edge of the cart. They had long dreadful barrels reaching over 10 meters with a muzzle radius able to fit a man's head. It had a thick base attached to the barrel to hold its weight and keep it stable. Then, he snapped his finger and forged more than 30 electrical rings around the 10 meters barrel of each railgun. Since the barrel's radius was bigger than a sniper's barrel, the electrical rings were wider and had a bit of distance between each other. Felix wasn't done yet as he pointed his finger near the railgun and forged a box packed with small armed ammunition made out of white adamantine. They were as big as tanks' bullets. With a single motion of a finger, the small armed ammunition were placed within the railgun's chambers under the stunned looks of the viewers. "Captain, are you seeing what am I seeing?" Waldbauer said while gulping a mouthful. "Yes." Molten River murmured while staring directly at the railgun blinding muzzles, not able to take his eyes off them. He felt like his heart was train pounding down the tracks, knowing that he wasn't going to like what was about to come. He wished he could be wrong at this very instant. Alas! "Fire!" Felix commanded with a nonchalant expression. Boom! 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 The giant meteor fragments exploded into much smaller pieces, which got hurled everywhere akin to bullets after they got smashed apart by the railguns. The shocking part was the fact that the railguns' bullets merely had their trajectory adjusted before continuing their journey. One bullet ended up blowing the peak of a mountain, another one caused a large area of trees to blow up in the air, and one even winded up in a lake, creating a humongous water explosion. Yet, the most frightening one had passed right next to Molten River's face, who was standing above the Titan's head. The heat produced from the bullets piercing the wind did nothing to him, but its pressure and deafening noise made his heart almost leap out of his chest. He knew that he was merely a few meters away from death. Boom! 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 Before anyone could even recover from the railgun's aftermath, Felix launched another batch. This one had taken care of what survived from the meteor's fragments, finally clearing the Earthling team path. Neither the viewers nor the Vulcans managed to show a proper reaction, they were left utterly speechless and stunned out of their wits at the fact that Felix had just created a warship's weapon with two elements. Something that no one had ever done before in the history of the universe. The explosiveness of the railguns was still ringing in their ears, making them unable to forget its destructiveness. This is the sweet and kind Felix we have been hanging around with." Elnora's palms got sweaty. How can he possess this many destructive abilities? It's really frightening. The fact that he didn't even use one against the dragon suggests that he has learned them in a couple of years at best. Moana placed her hand on her beating chest, trying to calm it down. Did humans always possess this kind of monstrous talent in elements? I'm starting to see why Selpha liked him. Kerwin exhaled. He is the only freak that can match her talent. The girl's reaction was a soft version of Queen Alfreda, who was incapable of accepting what her eyes were feeding her. The better performance Felix showed, the more highly she will start looking at him. Her hate for humans made it extremely challenging for her to accept Felix's talent, as it would double down on what Lady Yggdrasil said about Felix. Landlord. 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 In the end, Felix's fans and all the spectating humans couldn't hold in anymore and exploded into fury of chants that caused the sky to rumble. Landlord just keeps destroying the Vulcans' plans. Spirit Animal yelled loudly with spit flying everywhere. He has yet to move a single inch while doing so. Even Noah, Olivia, and the rest of Felix's team were left shocked senseless by his extraordinary means, don't even mention Molten River and his teammates. Captain, do we continue trying to block their path? Waldbauer asked with a hint of despair in his eyes, knowing that as long as Felix had those 5 rail guns, nothing they used could block their way. No need, it's useless. Molten River answered. So, what do we do next? Waldbauer and the others all eyed their captain with desperate looks, not seeing a way for their team to come out of this victorious. If they fought Felix, they would get the worst ass-kicking in their lives. If they tried to target his cart, he was capable of protecting it with many methods. If they dared to strand a few kilometers away from their cart, they would get sniped. One player had an entire team at their wits' end while being tens of kilometers away from them. It was quite insane to think about, as not even dragons could do so. Even then, Molten River was still not entertaining the idea of giving up. I don't know whether this will work or not, but we still have one last move to make. Molten River said with a stern tone. His teammates' eyes had a flicker of hope restored after hearing so. Molten River took a deep breath and disclosed his plan. When their cart is merely 5 kilometers away from the portal, we will work together to create the biggest meteor ever and launch it at them. His weapons won't be capable of breaking through it as easily. But Captain, aren't we going to get penalized when we hit their Titan? Waldbauer exclaimed. Yes, we will. Molten River narrowed his eyes, but it won't matter much if we get imprisoned then. As long as their cart is slowed and ours enter the portal before theirs, we will win the game even while being imprisoned. Molten River knew that this plan had a small chance of succeeding, but it was their last move. He could do nothing but place his faith in it and pray that it would work against that monster. Chapter 1028 One harmonious but vociferous howl. The Earthling team is finally speeding ahead of Vujonaya's team. Spirit Animal commentated excitedly. The Earthling team's cart had indeed broken the stalemate and was now leading the race. Still, Vujonaya's team did nothing to stop their advancement as they merely waited patiently for the right moment to make their move. 10 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Let's begin. Molten River shouted as he aimed his palms above his head and started releasing a flood of magma. All of his teammates launched their own magma flood from within the cart as well. Just like they practiced this hundreds of times, all the magma ended up meeting at one point and started shaping up into a sphere. Because 5 of them had a hand in it, the magma sphere kept getting bigger at an abnormal speed. In less than 10 seconds, the sphere turned into a colossal magma-dripping black rock, resembling a planet in its early creation. It was so big, it cast a shadow that covered even the Earthlings' team while they were still kilometers away. The Vulcans have gone nuts. Spirit Animal's eyes widened up in shock as he exclaimed, "This is definitely going to harm the Earthlings' team Titan if it landed." The quick-witted ones instantly recognized that the Vulcans wouldn't lose anything if that happened at this stage of the game. "Come on Felix, I know that you are dying to punch that meteor and blow it into pieces." Asna attempted with her angelic voice, "Just imagine it, you will look so cool. Do it, do it, do it, do it." Felix's eyelids twitched at Asna's attempts to force him out of his position, so he would lose the bet. He played deaf to her temptations and looked again at the size of the meteor. It's at least half a kilometer in radius. Felix thought while glancing at his railguns, even if I fired them simultaneously, they won't be able to break it apart completely. Throw it. Not giving Felix too much time to think, the Vujonaya's team used every fiber of their being to throw the meteor at the Earthlings' team cart. Because of its pressuring weight, they didn't manage to hurl it with much momentum, causing the meteor to fly slowly through the air. Still, Vujonaya's team didn't care too much about it. They knew that the moment the meteor hit its peak height, gravity would take it from there, giving it a well-needed boost. I might as well use that. Felix stopped bothering to think of a technique to be used in this situation and just decided to go with a simple one. It would guarantee that he wouldn't need to move from his spot. He pushed his front hairstalk to the side, exposing his root gemstone, then, he aimed it at the flying meteor and murmured in his mind, "Crystallization beam, Nabemite version." Abruptly, a blue beam was projected from Felix's forehead and landed on the inflamed meteor. This caused it to start crystallizing from the source and spread out akin to wildfire throughout the entire body of the meteor. Molten River, his teammates, and the rest of the viewers could only stare at the mesmerizing process with their jaws on the floor. They had thought of many ways that Felix would use to stop the meteor, but never this one. Some of them even completely forgot that Felix was capable of crystallizing objects since he didn't use it that often. "It won't work, it won't work, the meteor is too big to get completely crystallized in time." Molten River mumbled to himself as he watched half of the meteor get crystallized while it was merely a couple of kilometers above the Earthling team's cart. He thought that Felix wanted to stop the meteor by crystallizing it and gaining control over it when it entered his external manipulation range. This was what everyone assumed. Alas! Hey! Why is it slowing down? Molten River was startled to see that the meteor's speed was being reduced noticeably. In less than a second, the meteor came into an abrupt halt after reaching 500 meters and remained hovering in the air without anything to support it. Felix cancelled his crystallization beam causally after seeing that the meteor had been crystallized thoroughly. The meteor is defying gravity. Spirit Animal cried out loud. Most of the viewers had absolutely no clue that meteor had been turned into a nabemite gemstone, which was capable of resisting gravity. This helped Felix negate the dangers of the meteor without bothering to lift a finger. Still, he wasn't done yet. He pushed his hand forward indifferently, causing the blue crystallized meteor to fly in direction of Vujonia's team at a low altitude. Even though the meteor had exited Felix's external manipulation range, it continued on its journey due to the momentum and it's resistant to gravity. After passing over the portal, it started to slow down its speed until it stopped right between Vujonia's team card and the portal. It's done, we have lost, we actually lost everything. Molten River mumbled with a deadpan expression after seeing that his path had been thoroughly blocked. He had no more thoughts or plans after Felix turned their own weapon against them. He finally tapped out against Felix and everyone could see it in the screen. This pissed off Asna more than the Vulcan's viewers. How can they be so useless? Asna punched her pillow in frustration after realizing that the game was over and Felix had kept his word. Crying and blaming others won't save you. Felix grinned wickedly, you better prepare yourself for tomorrow. Arg! You're so annoying. Asna could only return to punching the pillow to vent, not looking towards tomorrow one bit. While Felix was teasing Asna, the human viewers throughout the entire universe were holding their breaths in anticipation as they watched the Earthling team's card approaching the portal. 2 kilometers, 1 kilometers, 500 meters, 100 meters. The closer it got, the faster everyone's heartbeats had gotten from excitement and agitation. The instant the cart went through the portal, disappearing out of existence, all the withheld agitation had burst out of their chests simultaneously in one harmonious but vociferous howl. In front of every screen, whether it was in homes, cafes, city plaza square, planes, spaceships, schools, and even workplaces, every single human with a shred of pride and love for their race, joined in that single resounding howl that came from the depth of their souls. A howl that spoke volumes about the humans' low self-esteem before other superior races in this unfair universe. At this very moment, any human, who bothered to watch the stream, had finally felt like they were not any lesser than dragons, witches, dwarves, heavenly turtles, elves, and other races at the top. Felix had been through 3 galaxies now and visited 3 of those mentioned races. He had suffered from discrimination in all of them even though his reputation was universal. Now, imagine how other human workers in those galaxies were treated in daily basis. Still, this didn't make humans receive a victim treatment since they didn't give any better treatment to those below them. But, because of the unfathomable number of humans, many good-hearted people to get punished due to the bad behavior of their own kind. Congratulations to the Earthling team for being promoted to the 80th rank in RSG platform. Spirit Animal joined the merry cheers as he shouted, the human race can now be considered to be part of the top 20 strongest races in the universe. Clap clap clap. Every single human knew that was nothing but utter bullshit. They weren't fools to believe that anything had changed for them. Felix literally carried the entire race on his back to the top 20 even when he had a team with him. It was like your girlfriend seeing your little general for the first time and calling it the biggest she ever saw in her life. You knew it was a f***ing lie, but you believed it anyway since it made you feel good about yourself. That's how the humans felt at the moment. No one cared about the truth and kept applauding until smoke started emerging from their palms. Chapter 1029 Raising the Human Race Rank. Molten River approached Felix after both teams got teleported back to the field and offered him a handshake. Great game, Sir Landlord. You guys did well too. Felix shook his hand politely and wished him good luck on his attempt to return to the list. Thanks, and I hope you show mercy when you meet other teams of my race. Molten River gave a bitter smile before teleporting away with his teammates. Immediately after they were gone, Spirit Animal appeared next to Felix and shoved the mic near his mouth. How about we submit your team's current SG points together? Since Felix's team had won the game, they were awarded with Vujonia team total points as well as an additional 300k. From 80th rank to the 70th, winning teams get 300k SG points. The points increase with each bracket they climbed past. Those points wouldn't be counted towards the human race rank unless Felix had submitted them, in other words, donated them to improve his race's rank. Seeing that everyone was pretty excited, Felix didn't want to be AD*CK and ruin the atmosphere. Sure, why not? He displayed the holographic profile of his Earthling team before everyone. It appeared the same as always besides one different thing. There was a new tab called SG Points and had this number written before it, 3,751,190. Then, he displayed the real universal ranking for all races appearing as such. / 1. Dragon Race, 80,014, 487 SG Points. 2. Metal Race, 73,114, 975 SG Points. 3. Hive Race, 68,044, 992 SG Points. 4. Elf Race, 55,914, 432 SG Points. 5. Witch Race, 51,135, 458 SG Points. 6. Heavenly Turtle Race, 45,139, 422 SG Points. 20. Vulcan Race, 25,999, 187 SG Points. 28. Shadowborn Race, 14,333,147 SG Points. 29. Human Race, 13,541, 498 SG Points. 30. The Fairy Race, 9,015, 411 SG Points. 100. Slime Race, 541,556 SG Points // This list showed the ranking of all races within the alliance, naturally, not including the sub-races since they were considered to be part of the collective races. For example, High Elves were ranked within the top 10, however, they were representing all other Elvish races and obtaining their SG points. The same with the human race and many others. As seen from the list, the Dragon race was ranked as number 1 even though the Metal race's contribution to the alliance were simply incalculable. That's because the Dragon race had many teams within the racial platform. In addition, they were farming SG points from contributing to the alliance with their natural treasures. One would say that shouldn't be enough to top the creators of the UVR, AP bracelet, nanotechnology, and other amazing inventions that made the alliance become successful. But this was only applied when the strength of a race wasn't as important as its other contributions. The RSG platform was merely a representative of each race's strength since only the top 100 strongest teams in the universe could make it up there. That's why the SG points rewarded from those games were insane and could reach millions of points in a single high-leveled game. Meanwhile, other races like the Slimes could slave themselves for an entire decade, and they would barely gather a million SG points before the next cycle begin. How much are you planning on submitting? Spirit Animal asked what was on everyone's minds. No one dared to discuss things with Felix or share their own opinion on this matter, not even if all the Milky Way leaders appeared before him. If Felix wanted, he could keep all the points to himself and use them to buy discounts for the sake of his federation instead helping out the entire race. After all, the prize pool of racial games included mouth-watering rewards such as 10% discount on taxed industrial imports, 15% discount on imported organic goods, and there were also other prizes for individuals that could be purchased with SG points. Since teams came from the planetary platform that was a great help to their background's development, it was only natural to give them a way to still help their backgrounds even while representing their race. Unresponsive, Felix submitted all of his team's points to push his race rank ahead of the Shadowborn race. Aren't you a great treasure to the human race? Spirit Animal immediately praised Felix. To give up on all the points without a second thought, your selfless act truly makes one reconsider their impressions on humans. Felix's action did move the viewers, knowing that almost all teams submit 80% of their points and keep 20% for themselves. This while they were merely winning hundreds thousands to a couple of millions in each game. Felix had given up on almost 4 millions in his very first game, which wasn't an easy thing to do in their eyes. As expected of my friend, his kindness and generosity are his greatest virtues. Baron smiled with a pleased expression. Tisk, he is just fronting. Einir clicked his tongue in disapproval, still not buying Felix's act. You're just a hater. Elnora called him out. At least, I am not a fool like you to get sucked up in his tentacles. Einir sneered, a human will remain a human, lower your guard before him and he will stab you in the back. Mark my words. Einir walked away, not bothering to watch the stream any further. Mark my words, what an idiot. Moana imitated him as she cursed, not too happy about being called a fool. Some time later, Felix could be seen chilling in a bathtub with his eyes closed shut and a hot towel covering his face. After he submitted the points, he saw that everyone wanted to ask him about his reasoning, but they kept their inquiries to themselves. In all honesty, there was nothing shocking about his decision. Felix's goal from the racial games wasn't to farm SG points for his own benefits but to help his race climb the ranking ladder as fast as possible before the next cycle. He couldn't do so if he kept scheming 20% on each win, especially when he knew that the higher he climbed, the more likely he would end up meeting with a team that had at least one Empyrean-ranked player. Not all races were like dragons that had tens of teams in the racial platform, some had merely 2 or 3 teams, and they were investing everything in them to keep their race's rank intact. When the next cycle arrived, the human race would benefit as a whole from their new rank instead of temporarily discounts to waste their precious SG points, especially when they cost 100,000 points for each purchase. Naturally, even though the human race is now above the Shadowborn, it didn't mean that they would be receiving the same benefits as them. Only if they retained such a rank after cycle end would it truly be considered as their own. Are you planning to go for another game after the monthly reset? Asna wondered. Why are you asking? Felix smiled faintly, interested in another bet. F***ck off. Felix laughed at her annoyed tone and answered, yes, I will keep playing racial games on monthly basis to farm some wishes. It's not like I have anything better to do with Selpha being absent. What about the World Tree First Root? Asna said, it's not like Lady Yggdrasil will give it to you if you asked. I honestly have no idea. Felix sighed. Well, you still have a primogenitor's favor. It's best to exhaust all other options first. Felix shook his head, such a favor must not be wasted like this. The stronger Felix had gotten, the more he would need this favor. Felix refused to waste it on things that could be obtained by hard work. You better hope that Selpha will help you with this. I doubt even she can do anything about this. Lady Sphinx replied, do you even know how important the first route to Lady Yggdrasil? Even I can't get some without owning a favor from her. Felix couldn't help but show a bitter smile at the sound of that. If even his master needed to go this far to get her hand on it, then it would be 100 times more challenging than he already assumed. Felix knew that thinking about it wouldn't help much since this wasn't the same scenario as getting the ancestral dragon scales. He couldn't buy his way in or make a mutual beneficial deal with Lady Yggdrasil since anything he offered would never have the same value as her first route. In other words, getting the first route could be the hardest or the easiest thing ever depending on Lady Yggdrasil. I can only meet with Lady Yggdrasil first and hope that she at least give me a task or a way to obtain it. If she asks you to marry Selpha for it, what will you do? Asna narrowed her eyes as she tested him. I am a good man and an even better boyfriend. Felix replied with a stern tone, naturally, I will run it by you first to see if you want a sister. You pervert bastard, you're really seeking a beating today. Felix chuckled at her angry tantrum, knowing exactly what buttons to push to make her get mad. In all honesty, if Lady Yggdrasil suggested such a thing, Felix wouldn't agree to it. It wasn't because of Asna, but he simply didn't love Selfie in that way, and he didn't see himself ever falling for her when he had Asna in his side. Most importantly, he had no intentions of creating a harem when Asna was already an embodiment of a dozen of girls in one body. In other words, she was handful to handle on her own. Chapter 1030 Selfie has returned. The next morning. Are you ready? Almost. Here we go again. Felix sighed exasperatedly as he sat on the couch while wearing a semi-formal outfit. It consisted of a white shirt, slim black pants, and black shoes. Felix had Asna for an entire day to do as he pleased, and he wanted to start it with a date. It had been a long while since he had taken her out. He might have shown bad motives before, but that was merely to tease Asna. Felix had no thoughts of using the bet as a way to force himself on her when she wasn't ready to take their relationship to the next level. So, he intended to use the bet to take her to a private beach, new restaurants, and in the evening, join the Earthling team's party over their win in the racial game. After a short while that felt like a decade, Asna had finally got down from upstairs while wearing a bewitching azure dress that covered just one of her shoulders, leaving the other flowing down into a beautiful jewel neckline. It was a tight fit which covered up her breasts, but did so without making it look awkward or messy. Her arms have been left in the open. A good choice too, as her lustrous fair skin and the color of the dress form a perfect combination. How do I look? Asna asked with an alluring smile. Like trouble. Felix smiled wryly. Are you trying to cause scenes again? Why not? Asna giggled happily. Now, you know why I don't take you out often. Felix rubbed his eyelids at her troublesome personality and went to lock his hands with hers before exiting through the door. 3 years later. Felix could be seen lying in a pool of sweat within his UVR's room. He was breathing ruggedly with his cloudy bloodshot eyes semi-open. Queen, heal me. He requested with great difficulty. In the blink of an eye, his body was restored to its peak form while his mental was still at the bottom of the barrel. Congratulations, you have pushed past 20%. Thor encouraged, 5% more to go, and you will be ready to face your fate. 5%, I must be crazy to think of doing such thing, why none of you stopped me? Felix's eyes turned a bit watery at his doomed future. He barely managed to survive the pain of 20% as he felt like skin was being ripped apart while millions of daggers stabbing him non-stop directly on his nerves. Felix started to believe that if he went for 25%, he would truly undergo an agonizing experience for both his body and soul. You are close to the finish line, there is no quitting now. Hormungandr said with a stern tone. Felix could only sigh with a hopeless look, knowing that he was right. If he stopped now, all the pain and risk he took would be for naught. Felix wanted the ancestral heart terribly, especially, when he was given a wake-up call in his latest racial game. In the past 2 years, Felix played a racial game on monthly basis. He had won 14 games and lost 1. For each win, his team's MMR within the platform kept raising even though their ranking was moving at a snail pace. After all, they were a new team within an already established list for a couple of years. Other teams had played tens of games and collected millions of points and were still adding more each month. Although his team had started with a total of 4 million, they merely managed to reach 70 rank from 80 with 14 wins. On other hand, their winning streak had made the Queen adjust their opponents from those close to their rank to those much higher than them to keep things fair. This resulted in Felix's team to end up against a Pandian team ranked in the top 50, the worst part? Their captain was an Empyrean ranked player. His Empyrean rank might be on the bottom of the 500 strongest players, but he still gave Felix the worst time of his life. His physical strength was equal to Felix and his battle experience surpassed him by miles, causing all of Felix's plans and schemes to fall apart every time. What's worse was the fact that Pandians utilize neutral energy instead of elemental energy. It was a known fact that neutral energy counter almost all elemental energies. In other sense, Felix's elemental techniques and abilities became useless before him. This resulted in Felix getting an actual fight worth sweating for. If this was a 1 versus 1 game, Felix would have been more than pleased by the difficult challenge. Unfortunately, he had a secondary job of being his teammate's babysitter. This caused him to focus his entire efforts on defending his teammates while the Pandians were focusing on winning the game, either that or let his teammates die. Felix didn't blame his teammates for this loss since those games were simply out of their league, yet he was pushing them to play in them. If he had to blame someone, it would be Universe for making the humans so freakishly weak compared to the strongest races. After the loss, he decided to stop climbing the racial ladder, knowing that he needed enough strength to dominate even Empyrean-ranked players before moving on. That's why he toughened his integration training regime, knowing that unless he replaced his bloodline, he would be stuck in this point for a really long time. VRR. Felix glanced at his AP bracelet after it started vibrating. When he glanced at Elnora's name on the screen, he murmured while picking up the call, "What does she want?" "Felix. Guess what?" Elnora's excited voice resounded in the room. "What?" Felix raised an eyebrow. Selpha has gotten out of her closed training. "For real?" Felix exclaimed in shock. "Yes. She is having a meeting with Mother Tree now." Elnora added. "Thank you, I will be talking to her later." Felix shared his appreciation for the intel and hung up on Elnora. At last, the wait is over. Felix let out a long sigh of relief as he sat on the floor again. After 2 years went by, Felix truly started dreading the notion that Selpha would remain in closed training for a decade or more. He wouldn't really mind if he didn't need to bathe in the life essence to continue his integration training. He realized that 20% was his limit, and if he wanted to go above it, he needed to increase his body limitations. The only way to do so at the moment was bathing in the life essence fountain. "Let's leave her a message." Felix wrote a brief message, telling Selpha that he would be waiting for her in his room. He knew that she would need to meet with the queen and the rest of the royal family before him. While Felix was chilling in his room, Lady Yggdrasil and Selpha could be seen sitting under a tree in the royal garden while drinking tea. "What did you master?" Lady Yggdrasil inquired. 10 new spells for my other elements and 2 spells for time element." Selpha answered. The time spells, what grade are they?" "Both intermediate." Selpha smiled. "Not bad." Lady Yggdrasil praised. She didn't even need to ask about the grades of the other spells as she knew that they must be at advanced level. "Which ones did you decipher and learn?" "I learned time acceleration and age transferal." Selpha answered. "Oh ho? You must have had some hard time learning age transferal." Lady Yggdrasil raised an eyebrow in surprise. She knew that her daughter's talent in runes understanding was phenomenal, but she doubted that she would be able to learn this spell in such a short period of time. It was a bit difficult, but it was worth it. Selpha smiled with a hint of obsession in her eyes. Lady Yggdrasil went silent for a few seconds before giving her a painful chop in the head. "Ouch! What was that for, Mom?" Selpha complained with a wronged tone. "You think I won't figure you out?" Lady Yggdrasil scolded her. "You learned this spell for the sake of that kid, didn't you?" "I have no idea what you are talking about." Selpha mumbled while fiddling with her fingers, not wanting to admit it. "Are you now?" Lady Yggdrasil exposed her. "Humans have a low lifespan and can live to 100,000 years at best. You want to use this spell to transfer the age of other creatures to him, so he won't die before you. Am I right? Speak." "Yes." "Sigh, you are already thinking of your future with him when you haven't even made him your partner yet." Lady Yggdrasil was truly left hopeless with Selpha's antics. She even started prioritizing her spells for the sake of Felix. Her obsession was getting worse and worse. "It's not that bad." Selphi defended herself. Such spell is useful in all kind of situations. How is it useful when its effect need constant elemental energy to keep it from disappearing? In other words, even if Selphi transferred the age of a creature to Felix, she would need to always feed it elemental energy if she wanted Felix to avoid death. After all, runes still use elemental energy and not laws. If they used laws, the elves would be the strongest race in the entire universe, dominating even primogenitors. Stop fooling around and start learning proper spells for your own sake. Lady Yggdrasil gave her another chop in the head. Fine, I will do that. Selphi showed her mother a puppy look before requesting, "Can I leave now?" Knowing that she was eager to meet with Felix made Lady Yggdrasil's eyelids twitch, starting to rethink that Felix's company might not be so good for Selphi after all. Still, she wasn't like Queen Alfreda, whether it was good or not, she was too old to put her nose in such matters. Go already. Thanks, Mom. See you later. Selphi kissed Lady Yggdrasil in the forehead before dashing outside the royal garden. Felix assumed that Selphi would be visiting the royal family first, but he couldn't be any more mistaken. Knock knock. Chapter 1031 Queen Alfreda's Story. Who's there? It's me. Selphi. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after hearing Selphi's soft voice. When he opened the door, he saw her standing in front of it while wearing a royal white dress that made her resemble an angel. She had the prettiest and cutest smile as she stared directly in Felix's eyes. I thought you were in a meeting with Lady Yggdrasil. Felix said as he approached her and gave her a quick friendly hug. Just as he wanted to pull back, Selphi tightened her grasp and whispered near his ear with reddened cheeks, "I missed you." "Ah, I missed you too." Felix smiled wryly as he caressed her golden hair in a gentle manner. He thought that Selphi's feelings for him might get diluted a bit when they didn't meet for a long time. Alas, it turned out to be the opposite as Selphi's feelings just grew stronger, making her be bold enough to make such a move. Knowing that Asna must be staring daggers at him made Felix not prolong their hug more than necessary. "So, how have you been? Were you productive in your closed training?" Felix asked while inviting her to sit in the bed. Naturally, he remained standing. This had upset Selphi a bit, but she kept it within herself and answered with a faint smile, "It was all right. I learned plenty of new spells." "Are they related to time element?" Felix asked with a curious tone. Even with all of his quirks, Felix was still intrigued by the time element, knowing that it was one of the most mystical elements in the universe. "Only two." Seeing the look of interest in Felix's eyes made Selphi display one of her learned new time spells. "This is time acceleration." Selphi reached out to blue lily flower that was near the window and touched it softly with her finger. Immediately after, the flower started to shrink and get wrinkly while turning darker in shade. Felix watched the aging process with a fascinated look. "It is quite surreal," he remarked. "It can do more than this." Selphi smiled, "I can accelerate objects and energies in time as well." "For real?" Felix couldn't fathom how strong this ability would turn Selphi. She was already a monster with her previous time spells that enabled her to stop, slow, and rewind time. Now, she could even accelerate objects and energies. Her offensive prowess had been enhanced by at least 100. "If I have you in my side in the racial games, we will be truly unstoppable." Felix shared with a chuckle as he envisioned himself fighting alongside Selphi. "I would like to do so." Selphi sighed while regressing the time on the flower, returning its beautiful appearance. "Too bad, it's banned for different races to be in one team." "That's an unfortunate case indeed." Felix knew that if all teams were allowed to add players from other races, the platform would lose its meaning. The entire platform existence was for races to send representatives and fight for their rank within the alliance. "Tell me, were you being treated nicely here?" Selphi wondered with a worried expression, knowing that her big sister hated humans to the core. "I can't be complaining." Felix smiled, "Everyone has been a good host, especially, Elnora, Moana, Kerwin, and Baron. In those 2 years, Felix could be said to have completely won over even the 3 cousins. He always sent Mistress Candace to spy on them. In almost all occasions, they spoke good words about him and even decided to stop actively trying to seduce him. This had created some troubles with them and the Queen, but they didn't care. Queen Alfreda might have a ruling power over other elves, but not too much on the royal family since their true leader was Mother Tree. That's good to hear. Selpha sighed in relief. Though, the Queen seems to dislike me for some reason. She has never spoken to me even since I got here. Felix shared with a curious tone, wanting to find out the Queen's reason for hating him this much. I expected as much. Selpha smiled bitterly. Please don't mind my big sister, she doesn't hate you personally, she just hates all humans alike. Is that so? Felix said, I don't know what humans did to her, but I do apologize for whoever harmed her. You don't have to apologize. Selpha shook her head, your race isn't at fault here at all. In fact, your race shouldn't have even been dragged into my big sister's mess. What do you mean? Felix was confused. Well, it wasn't a human per se that caused my sister to hate all of you. Selpha explained with an embarrassed tone, it was a high elf that she was in love with but ended up cheating on her when she was a young girl. Hey! Now, Felix was really baffled by the whole situation. I understand your confusion. Selpha continued on with reddened ears, you know that us elves never ever betray our loved ones if we confessed our feelings to each other and got together. In the case of my big sister, her fiancé at that time had confessed his love to her and yet still betrayed her. When she looked deeper into the reasoning, she found out that he had a small percentage of human genes within him. I don't know much, but one of his great-grandparents was a human. Ever since the discovery, my sister started abhorring humans and anything related to them. In her eyes, if her fiancé was a pure-blooded high elf, he would have never betrayed her. Selpha sighed, in other words, she is under the assumption that her fiancé and relationship was ruined because of that small percentage of human genes. Felix could only stare at Selpha with a speechless look after hearing the truth about Queen Alfreda. He predicted many scenarios, but never ever this one. I know it doesn't make sense in your mind, but if you were an elf, you will see our perspective. Selpha's expression turned cold all of a sudden. There is nothing in this universe that we hate more than betrayal. Even though my big sister already took care of her cheating fiancé, her broken heart was filled with nothing but unquenching rage towards her next target, humans. I can see her point. Asna commentated with a sadistic tone, if I was cheated on, I would make sure that universe knows my wrath. Felix gulped a mouthful at her indirect warning that she was intolerant to cheating even though it was impossible to do it while she was observing him 24/7. Cough, but how can she not do a proper research on his background? Felix inquired, everything would have been different if she just used her royal authority to check his family tree. Plus, I doubt that High Elf was retarded enough to cheat on her while knowing that she was the future heir to the 9 elves. Whether he had a small percentage of human genes or was an actual human, no one was dumb enough to cheat on the future queen and ruin his life and glorious future. That's the thing. Selpha shared, when she first saw him, she was hiding her identity as princess in addition to disguising herself. She didn't tell me exactly why she did so, but I am assuming that her fiancé believed that she was normal high elf without much status. Maybe she did it to find someone who loves her for her personality instead of beauty and royal status. Felix guessed. Perhaps. Selpha smiled wryly, unfortunately, she had no clue that fate will put her with a disloyal fiancé. Honestly, even Felix believed that the human genes must have played a role in causing the fiancé to consider cheating. After all, there was no point in lying about his love to the queen when he had no idea about her true identity. There was nothing to gain from doing so. Since there were no cases of pure-blooded elves betraying their partners, it wasn't too crazy for Queen Alfreda to blame the human genes. Though, he found it somewhat too extreme to hate all humans because of it and make their lives hell in the 9 elvish realms. Well, I guess she will not like the idea of me bathing in the life essence fountain. Felix chuckled. You have no idea how pissed she will get. Selphi giggled. Chapter 1032 Meeting Lady Yggdrasil. When do you think it will be possible to go for it? Felix wondered. It depends on my mom and sister. Selphi shared, there is already a small queue to bathe in the fountain, let's go ask my mom together whether she will let you skip the queue or not. Alright, but, I don't really need to skip the queue. Felix smiled, I am more than grateful by the opportunity. Still, mom might favor you. Although Selphi said so, she knew that her mother wasn't going to allow Felix to bathe in the fountain so soon. After all, Felix had finally stepped inside her house and there was no way Selphi would let him leave before making progress in her relationship with him. She knew that her big sister wasn't going to allow her to leave the 9 realms again if she wanted to follow him. Where is Selphi now? Queen Alfreda asked while sitting in her throne chamber. She is taking the human to the royal garden. Her guardian Alvin replied from within a hologram. I see. Queen Alfreda ordered, don't tail them inside the royal garden. Understood. Alvin wasn't planning on doing so even if she ordered him, he might be one of her guardians, but he wasn't foolish enough to spy on Lady Yggdrasil. Did mother call for him or is she taking him on her volition? Queen Alfreda frowned, mother hasn't called him over even once for the past 2 years, it must be Selphi. Queen Alfreda knew that no matter how much Lady Yggdrasil spoiled Selphi, her sister would never disturb her mother with nonsense like introducing Felix. Don't tell me she is planning to request a life essence bottle for that barbarian. Queen Alfreda's expression turned worse at the notion of it being true. Alas, if only that was it. In front of the royal garden's gate. Mom, may we enter? Selphi requested. Cluck. The gate was opened by slithering purplish vines before retracting on the walls and freezing again. Follow me. Felix remained close to Selphi as she walked through the garden that was emitting all kinds of blissful fragrance. This is a paradise. Felix kept feasting his eyes on the greatest collection of natural treasures. With his knowledge, he knew more than 70% of the plants here. All of them were ranked much higher than even S-graded natural treasures. Unfortunately, the trip was cut short as they reached the biggest tree in the garden. It had golden square leaves that kept making rattling noise with the wind like hundreds of tiny bells. Lady Yggdrasil was sitting under it while reading a thick book. The moment Felix saw Lady Yggdrasil, her image overlapped with Lady Sphinx. This eased his nervousness and stressed expression. Junior Felix pays his respect to Mother Tree. Felix introduced himself politely while bowing his head. Lady Yggdrasil glanced at him for a few seconds before smiling kindly. Lady Sphinx has truly gotten lucky with a hard-working student like you. Mom. Selphi complained, you make me look bad. I also work hard. You spent 5 years fooling around and when you entered closed training, you barely stayed in it for 3 years. Lady Yggdrasil eyed her in displeasure, meanwhile, he stayed in closed training for an entire century. How can you compare yourself with him? Selphi kept her mouth shut after being presented with the facts in her face. Felix could only sympathize with her in silence, not daring to side with her against Lady Yggdrasil. So, how's your masters doing? Lady Yggdrasil asked. All of them are doing great. Felix smiled, they are telling me to deliver their regards to you. They must be really having a party inside. Lady Yggdrasil chuckled after realizing that all of them were gathered in Felix's mind. Besides Lady Sphinx, all they do is play cards and smoke weed on daily basis. Felix exposed them instantly, making Lady Yggdrasil laugh even louder. That little sh*t, giving us a bad image. Thor scolded while having a joint in his mouth and playing poker with Carbuncle and the rest. It's been a while since I have seen them. Lady Yggdrasil requested, do you mind if I paid them a visit? Not at all. Felix permitted without hesitation. Good lad. Lady Yggdrasil praised before asking, so, are you here for the life essence fountain? Yes. Felix replied with a weird expression at her sudden change of the subject. Before he could think too much about it, Asna informed him, she has already entered your consciousness space and currently speaking with Carbuncle. Felix's pupil widened a little in surprise. He neither saw nor felt anything when it happened. She hopped inside his consciousness space as silent as an assassin. Felix. Selphie nudged Felix with her shoulder to wake him from his daze. Sorry, yes elder. Felix requested politely, it will be a great honor to experience the renowned life essence fountain for even a few seconds. I hope elder can grant me this request. There was no harm in requesting the owner again since Lady Yggdrasil could still reject having him touch the fountain if he acted too brazenly. Since my daughter has lost the bet, it is only natural that you get what you were promised. Lady Yggdrasil smiled, however, you have to wait your turn in the queue. I have no problem with that. Thank you, elder. Felix bowed his head to show his appreciation. Mom. His turn will be in less than 6 months. Meanwhile, Selphie got agitated after seeing that her mother wasn't planning on delaying Felix's bath for a decade or so as she said. You don't have to worry. Lady Yggdrasil comforted her, it looks like he has another purpose for his visit to the 9 realms, he will stay here for a long while even after bathing in the fountain. Another purpose? Selphie raised an eyebrow, what's that? You don't need to know. Lady Yggdrasil shooed her away, leave us alone, I have something to discuss with him. Mom. Leave. Fine. Felix, I am going to visit my big sister, I will be back soon. Selphie left the garden with an annoyed look. Okay. Felix was baffled by her sudden departure, but he knew that it must be Lady Yggdrasil telling her to leave. Come join us in your consciousness space. Lady Yggdrasil smiled, your masters have told me about your real reason for coming here. Of course they did. The moment Felix opened his eyes within his consciousness space, he saw Lady Yggdrasil and the rest of the tenants all sitting in a round table with tea and alcohol being served by Candace. So, you want a portion of my first root to make a divine weapon, what an interesting request. Lady Yggdrasil stated as she eyed Felix. Felix remained quiet, knowing that she didn't need an answer out of him. As much as I am interested in seeing my first root get used to forge a divine weapon, I cannot help you with that. You should ask Cyclope to replace the material. Lady Yggdrasil shook her head in rejection. Is there anything I can do to change that? Felix asked with a serious tone, I will do anything in my power for it, just ask. Felix knew that he was way out of his place to make such a bold statement, but he really didn't want to use his favor on this. No offense my child, but what can you do to help out my problems? Lady Yggdrasil smiled kindly, you are still too young to even comprehend half of them. I see. Felix smiled bitterly. He would rather not push further after receiving a second rejection. Lady Yggdrasil might be kind and gentle, but she wouldn't tolerate his non-stop pestering. How about you give it another go at developing runic familiarity on other races? Lady Sphinx suddenly suggested. What do you mean? Lady Yggdrasil knitted her eyebrows in focus. You have exhausted all of your ideas and ended up marking the experiment as impossible. But now, there is another hope. Everyone turned to look at Felix like they were staring at a guinea pig. What? Felix's shoulders tensed at the sudden switch of attention to him. Lady Yggdrasil tilted her head slightly, I know that you have done remarkable things with him, but that's on a genetic level, runes are a different story. He already has 3 types of the Universal Codex written on him. Lady Sphinx assured, adding another layer of runic codex shouldn't be an issue if we found a way to make him compatible with them. It's still 2 different things. Universal Codex can be passed on to anyone. But the runic codex is written on just 3 races in the entire universe and can only be inherited by pure-blooded elves, talismans, and sages. Lady Yggdrasil disclosed. I know, that's why I said we need to find a way to make him compatible first. Lady Sphinx replied. How exactly can we do that? I will figure it out on my own. Lady Sphinx proclaimed calmly, if I pulled it off, will you give him a portion of your first root? If you pulled it off, I will do more than that. Lady Yggdrasil eyed Felix with bright look, I will teach him runes personally. Deal. Deal. Throughout their entire conversation, Felix had absolutely no clue what they were talking about. Universal Codex? Runic Codex? Runes only inherited by pure-blooded elves, talismans, and sages? So many questions were coursing in his mind and no one seemed like they planned to clarify his doubts. Chapter 1033 The Three Celestial Languages L. After the deal was made, Lady Yggdrasil spent a couple of hours with the primogenitors before exiting Felix's consciousness. Is it alright that she knows about Asna and that I own 3 perfect manipulations? Felix asked with a worried tone. No need to worry. Thor assured, Lady Yggdrasil is a neutral entity within the primogenitor's cycle just like Cyclope. She has never fought anyone even during the primogenitor's era. Indeed, she is a pacifist whose main focus in life is to wholly decipher the runic codex. Hormungandr added. Now that you mentioned it, what is exactly the runic codex? Felix wondered, is it the runes used by the elves, sages, and talismans? Not exactly. Lady Sphinx answered, runes that are used for spells, scrolls, and talismans are derivative from the runic codex. The runic codex is one of 3 known celestial languages in the universe. Lady Sphinx pointed at Felix's skin and added, the language written on all over your body is the universal codex. It is also part of the celestial languages. Don't tell me the third one is the divine codex that is used by Cyclope and the dwarves to forge divine items and artifacts. Felix's eyes widened a little at the revelation. That's right. Lady Sphinx nodded. It is believed that those 3 celestial languages had a major part over shaping up the universe. Hence, the reason runes, ciphers, and codes are capable of manipulating the environment. Thor added, oh, codes are referred to the universal codex while ciphers referred to the divine codex. Upon thinking about it carefully, Felix realized that their theory made a lot of sense. Elves, sages, and talismans were capable of affecting the environment in their own special way. But still, the main source was runes. Elves used wands made from Lady Yggdrasil sacred wood to write the runes in air, which would translate later on into a spell. This spell depended on which type of runes and structure was used. Sages do the same but write those spells on scrolls, which could be used by anyone as long as they had a bit of affinity correspondent to the spell. Talismans were in the same boat as they needed to write spells on talismans, though, only them could use those talismans, and they also needed to have the same affinities as the spell. As for divine language, it wasn't as far spread as runes since only Cyclope and the dwarves were capable of using it to bestow effects on their forged items. In fact, dwarves weren't even touching the surface of the divine language due to Cyclope, who gave up on passing on his legacy to them when he was dissatisfied with their performance. After all, dwarves could only write it on futharks to use its effect while Cyclope could write it on anything. When I first heard about Cyclope and his ability to create divine equipments, I always assumed that he is utilizing another version of runes. Felix remarked, I have never thought that he was using an entirely different language. Your assumption can be excused since they do look alike in terms of wording. Fenrir said. The dwarves have named it after their ancient language so no one will lump them together with elves, sages, and talismans. Lady Sphinx smiled in amusement. Since no one knew about Cyclope or the origin of the divine language, who wouldn't believe the dwarves? It was the same scenario with witches. Everyone believed them to be the founders of potion-making while they were merely taught by Lady Sphinx. Even the witches believed it since Lady Sphinx had no interest in putting herself in the open to claim credit. How much difference is there, though? Felix wondered. Well, runes are more rigid since you need a specific wording structure to create a spell. On the other hand, divine language allows you to add even the details of a spell. Lady Sphinx clarified, for example, you can write that I want a spell to explode 3 times and each time the power gets increased. For runes, you can't do that. But at the same time, you aren't required to engrave them on objects to use such spells. Don't forget that the divine language can't bring out the potential of its spells if the materials it was engraved on it was trash. Thor added, also, the user need to fuel those spells with the appropriate elemental energy to be used. So, that's why the Futharks needs to be recharged. In the case of artifacts, the engraved Futharks had to be refilled with elemental energy after they got exhausted. The only ones capable of doing were dwarves, which was quite troublesome. Especially, for humans, who were banned by the dwarves. But, in the case of divine equipments, there was no need for such trouble as the user was capable of fueling them directly on his own. So, there are advantages and disadvantages for both sides. Felix nodded in understanding. In summary, spells from runes could be utilized only once, but they were flexible in their ability to be written on even air. On the other hand, spells from ciphers could be utilized repeatedly as long as they were engraved on great materials and received constant fuel of energy, plus, the codes allowed flexibility in the details. What about the Universal Codex? Felix asked as he displayed his tattooed body. Naturally, the Universal Codex is one step better than both languages. Lady Sphinx explained, we were bestowed with perfect manipulation to a single element, not requiring us to write anything to shape our environment. As long as we have trained our manipulation, we can do as we pleased with our element. Carbuncle joined the conversation. I understand as much, but what about your descendants? Felix inquired, do you think they have the same universal codex written on them to utilize internal and external stages of manipulation? Felix figured out that the universal codex on his body was enabling him to manipulate his elements, and without it, he would return to using merely bloodline abilities. But, what about other races that were capable of manipulating elements as well? He never saw or heard any one of them talking about finding writings on their bodies. Well, it's not proven yet, but we reached a conclusion that they must have some type of invisible universal codex written on a cellular level at least. Thor disclosed, it wouldn't make sense otherwise that they can manipulate elements because of bloodline purity. It seems like it. Felix nodded in agreement. In his mind, if bloodline purity truly defined whether primogenitor's descendants could control elements or not, then there shouldn't be many elementalists in this current era. After all, their bloodline was thinning with time, yet, elementalists were popping on a balanced level across the universe. In reality, we think it's all about luck. Hormungandr said, some gets born with universal codex on their DNA and some doesn't. As long as they had a tiny bit of primogenitor's bloodline within them, and they possessed intellect, they would have a chance of obtaining limited manipulation. If they were out of luck, they receive merely some abilities. What made us more assured about our theory is when Lady Yggdrasil has found that some elves were born with runic writings on their skin. Lady Sphinx dropped a bombshell. Come again. Felix's eyes widened a bit in disbelief. He never heard of such a thing. In this open universe, it should be impossible for elves to keep this a secret. Relax, only the first ever born ancient elves had those runic writing on them. Lady Sphinx clarified, the rest didn't have them, though, we believe that they were born with writings on cellular level too. Don't tell me the dwarves are also like this. Yes. What about their hearts of fire? Felix asked with a bewildered expression. They do have it, but it merely helps them with forging equipment, not engraving the divine language on the Futharks as they claimed. Lady Sphinx disclosed. Ah, lies, lies, so many lies. Felix massaged his temples to ease his headache that resulted from having his entire knowledge about the universe get rewired yet again. Every time he felt like he already knew at least the general knowledge about the universe, another mind-boggling truth appear and make him rethink his life. Well, we knew that it would be hard for you to understand all at once, but if you are going to really learn about runes, you had to know the big picture of the universe first. Thor imparted. Well, I am still confused about many matters. Felix smiled wryly, like why don't other primogenitors learn divine and runic language? And how can only a few races are allowed to use them? It's simple really. Hormungandr explained, only Cyclope and Lady Yggdrasil were born with divine codex and runic codex on their bodies in addition to the universal codex. They had invested their lifetime in deciphering them. However, because they could use just one element and couldn't unlock other ones like most races, it didn't change much. I see. Felix figured out why it wasn't seen as a big deal by other primogenitors. Universal Codex allowed them complete control over their element either way. So, it was actually limiting to use runes or ciphers instead of just controlling their elements with their minds. Though, they are still different from other races. Lady Sphinx added, unlike them, they can write any kind of spell on either weapons or scrolls even if it didn't match their element. If they hand it to someone else with the appropriate element, they can utilize them. No wonder Cyclope could create many versatile divine equipment. Chapter 1034 6 months later. Felix always wondered how was Cyclope capable of forging divine objects with many elements, such as Mjolnir. He knew that dwarves weren't capable of engraving any spell that was unrelated to their affinities. Now it finally made sense. No wonder Universal Codex is greater than those two other languages. Felix commentated, it gives you the ability to fully manipulate the elements without even needing to decipher a single word. Felix couldn't imagine what kind of strength primogenitors would have if they managed to decipher the Universal Codex. Just one sentence from it allowed them to convert neutral energy into elemental energy. Well, we are hoping that the creation primogenitor wouldn't get too cheap with us when he deciphered it. Thor wished. Felix hoped so too. So, do you have any idea how to make Felix compatible with runes? Asna asked. I am working on it. Lady Sphinx answered. Can genes modification work here? Felix wondered, you guys said that only pure-blooded elves, sages, and talismans possess runic familiarity. So, is there an option to use their genes? There is a possibility. Lady Sphinx replied, but, I can't risk modifying your genetics at the moment. I see. Felix knew that the further he climbed in his bloodline path, the harder it would get to modify his genes since they were already messed up with all of those bloodlines. Adding the fact that he was a half-devourer and was planning to turn himself into a half-ancient dragon would make things even messy. So, it was better to leave this option at the back of his mind. For now, it's best that you leave Lady Yggdrasil's garden. Asna reminded. Oh crap! Felix finally remembered that he hadn't left his consciousness space ever since he entered it. This meant, he was sitting in front of Lady Yggdrasil for a few hours now. Without delay, he exited his consciousness space and opened his eyes to the sight of Lady Yggdrasil, reading her book peacefully. I apologize for overstaying my welcome. Felix lowered his head apologetically while standing up. You are always welcome here, my child. Lady Yggdrasil smiled kindly at him before returning to reading her book. Just as Felix intended to leave the garden, he remembered that he hadn't given her the dark moss yet. Elder, I hope you can accept this gift of mine. Felix beamed a container filled with dark moss and placed it in front of her. This is a new kind of plant that I have discovered within the dimensional pocket. Felix informed. Interesting. Lady Yggdrasil opened the lid and touched the dark moss with her wooden finger. Just like a baby reaching out to his mother, the dark moss immediately started moving up her finger in agitation. What did your master find about this? Lady Yggdrasil asked as she examined the dark moss. Nothing much but its internal structure. She is still experimenting to find its applications. Is that so? Lady Yggdrasil found it even more interesting at the sound of that, knowing that Lady Sphinx should have taken more than 3 years on this peculiar plant. That's a long duration for intelligent beings like Lady Sphinx. Thank you, child. Take this with you, it will help you absorb the life essence water. Lady Yggdrasil smiled gently as she handed him a transparent flower that seemed to have trillions of galaxies with its triangle-shaped leaves. Much appreciated, Elder. Delighted, Felix didn't hesitate to place the flower within a container and beam it in his spatial card. It was just impolite and crude to play a game of pull and push with a dignified primogenitor. If she handed him a gift, the only available option was to accept it gracefully. After Felix returned to his room, he found Selphie waiting for him in front of the door. Shouldn't you be with your royal family? Felix questioned. I have already paid them a visit. Selphie approached Felix and whispered with a worried tone, what did mother do or say to you? Nothing much, she just spent some time with my masters. Felix didn't want to bring Selphie into his issue of getting the World Tree first route. Lady Yggdrasil already made her stance clear on the matter. If he told Selphie, she might go behind his back and request the first route from Lady Yggdrasil, making her believe that he was using her or something. That's good to hear. Selphie sighed in relief. After they entered his room, Felix asked, is it possible to know exactly when am I going to bathe in the life essence fountain? In 6 months maximum. That's quite sooner than I anticipated. Felix's eyes turned bright for a second. It's not really. Selphie shared, if it wasn't for needing to fill more than hundreds of small bottles each year, you would have bathed in it in the next morning. So, the queue length is not caused by the high elves but other elves. Yes, high elves are allowed to bathe in the fountain for 15 minutes in their entire lifetime. For us royalty, we can do it for half an hour and after every millennium, the rest receive a single life essence bottle, which results in reducing the life essence water by quite a bit. I see, tell me, will I receive the royal treatment or the normal one? Felix joked. Naturally, the royal treatment. Selphie giggled, since big sister and my relatives will be pissed off either ways, why settle for 15 minutes? Is this the Selphie I know? Felix chuckled at her slyness. How dare you laugh? She spent merely some time with you and was already starting to get corrupted. Asna rolled her eyes at him. 6 months later. Follow me closely. Selphie said as she walked through a long corridor that was decorated beautifully with vines that had red roses on them. Felix walked one step behind her while looking around him. Are you certain this is fine? Felix asked with a serious expression, shouldn't we have at least informed the queen? The moment Felix's turn had arrived in the queue, Selphie took him in direction of the life essence fountain without telling anyone about it. As much as Felix disliked the queen and knew that she hated him back, he wanted no troubles between them. After all, she was on the status of the elder dragon, and he already offended him. Don't worry, she must have been told by Mom. Selphie assured. I was told what? Suddenly, Queen Alfreda's holographic image appeared on the wall, forcing Selphie and Felix to halt. Although she was a mere hologram, Felix could feel her sheer hate directed at him through her frigid eyes. I guess Mom forgot to mention it. Selphie proclaimed with a confident tone, Felix was given permission to receive a royal treatment in the life essence fountain. She did what? Queen Alfreda's expression got twisted immediately like she just heard the worst possible news in her life. If you don't believe me, go ask her. Selphie held Felix's hand and pulled him away. Let's go, Felix. Stop it right there, Selphie. Queen Alfreda ordered with a suppressed tone, you guys are going nowhere until I check with Mother Tree. We will be waiting near the fountain. Selphie replied without bothering to stop. When she saw that Selphie refused to listen to her, Queen Alfreda got even more pissed off at Felix. In her mind, her little sister always behaved properly and never talked back at her. Now, she was even bold enough to defy her orders? I knew that bastard is a bad influence. Queen Alfreda cursed as she directed her anger at Felix. What did I do now? Felix looked back at her with a wronged innocent expression as he was getting dragged by Selphie. Damn it! Alvin, keep an eye on them. Queen Alfreda ordered. As you command. Queen Alfreda was sensible enough to not order Alvin to stop them in the corridor by force. She knew that he could do nothing against either of them even though he was pretty strong as a guardian, especially against Selfie, as she could simply stop him in time and continue in her path. Well, that went better than I anticipated. Felix chuckled sarcastically. Chapter 1035 We are so screwed. Don't bother with her. Selfie snorted in annoyance. As long as we have my mom's permission, she can't do anything to stop us. I hope so. In a brief moment, Selfie and Felix reached the end of the corridor. It was gate forged out of white vines stacked on each other, resembling a piece of fabric. There were two old elves with long white hair and beard sitting next to the gate. They were drinking tea while playing a board game that resembled chess but with the different looking pieces. Morning, elders. Selfie gave a formal royal greeting and Felix copied it immediately. Is that him? One of the elders asked without bothering to lift his eyes from the board. Yes. Selfie nodded. You may come in. The other elder permitted calmly while moving a piece on the board. The moment the piece landed on the board, the white vines started to withdraw away until the gate was wide open. Those two were the life essence fountain's guardians, and they listened to no one but Lady Yggdrasil. That's why Queen Alfreda didn't bother to talk to them but went straight to Lady Yggdrasil, knowing that if Selfie told the truth, she wouldn't be able to stop them. If they lied, the elders wouldn't let them step a foot near the fountain. Much appreciated, elders. Without delay, Selfie pulled the confused Felix inside and watched the vines return to their previous position, sealing the entrance shut. Before Felix could ask about the elder's identity, his breath was stolen away by the divine and dazzling appearance of the hall. It shouldn't really be called a hall but a small taste of what paradise should look like. The walls, ceiling, and ground were completely covered in a sea of bewitching colorful flowers. All of them seemed to be kneeling to the center of the hall, defying the laws of the universe. Without needing to guess, the life essence fountain was in the center of the hall, appearing neither majestic nor dignified. It was a mere puddle of crystal clear water that was reflecting the sun rays on Felix's face. The light was coming out of an opening in the ceiling and was focused only on the puddle of water, bestowing it with a veil of grace and serenity. So, this is the life essence fountain. Felix mewed as he approached it. I thought it will be an actual fountain. Well, it was a fountain in the ancient times with water spewing for at least tens of meters. Selfie smiled with a saddened look. Unfortunately, it was exhausted with continuous consumption and this is what left of it. This is everything. Felix was startled. I doubt this can last you guys for even another decade. You don't have to worry, the water does rejuvenate with time. Selfie divulged. I thought it was a finite resource. Felix questioned. That's what we tell everyone, so they won't come back asking for another bottle. But in reality, the life essence fountain is being filled at a slow pace. Selfie sighed, with our current adjustment, every pure-blooded elf will have a taste of the life essence water in their life without completely exhausting the puddle. In other words, the royal family had balanced the given amount with the restored amount. This might not restore their fountain back to its majestic appearance, but it would keep everyone satisfied, especially when each bottle had merely a few drops. This kind of makes me feel bad about this. Felix smiled wryly. You don't have to. Selfie said with a firm tone, I believe that you're more worthy to bathe in the fountain than most elves. Felix didn't know if she was saying this because she liked him, or it was her honest feelings. Whatever it was, it made him feel less guilty about this situation. Do I need to get naked? Felix asked. Yes, so the fabric won't hinder your absorption process. Selfie nodded with reddened cheeks. I thought so. Kaye. Without hesitation, Felix started to get undressed before Selfie, forcing her to swiftly cover her face while yelping in shock. Felix ignored her reaction and stepped into the puddle without wearing even his boxers. His sense of shame had been dead years ago with the tenants in his mind being able to see everything all the time. So cold. Felix felt chills course on his skin after his toe touched the life essence water. He felt like he dipped his feet in a frozen lake. Knowing that he had merely half an hour, he stopped being a b*tch and submerged himself completely within the puddle. It was deeper than it looked as Felix's feet hadn't touched the ground even though he was thoroughly submerged. It's best to sit on the bottom and let the water do its magic. Selfie advised Felix telepathically after her shame was diminished. Thanks. Felix did as he was told and sat in a meditation position, then, he beamed the crystal cosmic flower and ground it with his hands into dust. Lady Sphinx had told him that the flower was one of its kind as its effect didn't apply on people like most natural treasures. It was called Cosmic Enchanter Flower. It wasn't even rated since no one knew about its existence but a couple of beings. It was called as such because it was capable of enchanting the effects of any kind of substance. It was like steroids but to non-life forms. I think it's working. Felix felt the water turning hotter and hotter with each second. Before long, even Selfie noticed that something was wrong with the water as it was bubbling and releasing smoke like it was a hot pot. Felix, quickly get out. Something isn't right. Selfie warned with a worried tone. Don't worry, I used something that was given to me by your mother. Felix assured her, she said it will help with the absorb. Before Felix could finish his sentence, the boiling hot water started forcing itself through his pores and 7 orifices, even his anus and urethra weren't spared, making it hard for him to remain calm. The only good news was that the water turned into steam the instant it entered his body before being absorbed by his muscles, bones, organs, and even his brain received some love. The process wasn't painful since Felix's fire resistance was at its peak, however, it was extremely uncomfortable, making Felix unable to sit still. Oh God, oh God, oh God, what do I do? Selfie had gotten even more scared and worried when she saw him rolling on the bottom of the puddle like he was possessed by a ghost. Her experience in the fountain and her relatives was nothing like this as it was a non-painful and quite soothing. Yet, there was nothing soothing about Felix's current appearance. I am fine st. Fearing that Selfie might ruin the process due to her worry, Felix sent another message with great difficulty. Surely, this eased Selfie's worries but not completely. Though, she removed any thought about getting Felix out of the fountain. After 20 minutes of this madness, the fog had finally cleared out, exposing the peaceful puddle and Felix lying on the bottom of it on his stomach. Selfie reached out to the water and touched it with her finger, checking its temperature. Thank goodness! She sighed in relief after her finger was assaulted by bone-chilling coldness. Felix, can you hear me? Yes. Are you fine? Yes. How about you come out for a short while to check on you? No. Although the enchantment had expired, Felix refused to exit the water, in fact, he wished he could stay in it for years. Who could blame him? He felt like every cell in his being had been empowered. A feeling that was actually much better than bloodline replacement enhancement. He might not know exactly how much his physical strength got improved, but he could feel his elemental tank and mental capacity going through one of the best enhancements he ever had. He even started feeling like he could finally block an Empyrean-ranked Hive race attack. On another point, he didn't know why, but he felt like he had grown younger. It's normal, the enhancement you receive here is based on your current body limitation as well as how much life essence you absorb. Lady Sphinx shared, your body limitation far surpassed other high elves, making you benefit even more from the life essence water. In addition, you abused the Cosmic Enchanter flower, which helped you absorb at least 5 times the usual amount of water. It's not far-fetched to believe that this is the best all-rounded enhancement you have received in your life. Another bonus is your lifespan being increased by an additional 100,000 years. Before Felix could break a satisfied smile at the news, Selfie exclaimed in his mind with a fearful tone, Felix! We are so screwed. The life essence water level has gone down by 30%. Come again. When Felix turned his head forcefully and glanced at the water level, he felt his soul escape his body. I am so dead. Chapter 1036 Why not? Whoosh! Felix jumped out of the water like his tail was caught in fire. He didn't dare spend another second within the fountain when he had already absorbed thousands worth of life essence bottles. What do we do? My big sister is going to kill you. Selfie was so agitated and scared for Felix's well-being she thoroughly ignored his nudity. I swear to God, I had no idea that I will absorb that much. Felix promised while covering himself with his nano clothes. Don't bother, big sister won't lend you even a second to hear you when she finds out. Felix knew that she was right, he was already despised by the queen without even doing anything. Now, that he had emptied a third of their precious life essence fountain, he would be hung upside down at the highest point of the palace. What's worse? His hard-earned friendship with Baron, Moana, Elnora, and Kerwin would break apart instantly when they hear the news. They would see him as nothing but a greedy human, who finally decided to show his true colors. We still have 8 minutes before the gate opens up. Felix suggested, call your mother and inform her about our situation, she must have known that this would happen when she gave me the cosmic enchanter flower. Is that the thing that caused the water to boil? Yes. Phew, if it's like that, then my mother can cover for you. Selfie sighed in relief after realizing that her mother was somewhat responsible for this. Without further ado, she video called her mother. The moment the call was picked, Selfie skipped the greeting and shared with a worried tone, Mom, we are in a bit of trouble. What now? Selfie narrated what happened, not daring to hide anything. While she was doing so, she had no idea that Queen Alfreda had heard everything as she was in a meeting with Lady Yggdrasil. 30%? 30%? Selfie, please tell me that you are joking. Suddenly, Queen Alfreda's face emerged in front of the video call, scaring the sh*t out of Felix and Selfie. Felix disappeared into the background, knowing that his face would just make things even more difficult. As for Selfie, she kept opening and closing her mouth but no words came out of it. However, her panicky expression was enough for Queen Alfreda to recognize that she wasn't fooling around. Just as Queen Alfreda's expression was starting to twist and her heart turning inflamed in rage, Lady Yggdrasil commented kindly, Oh, that's a little shorter than what I had anticipated, child, go back in the fountain, you still have some time. Felix, Selfie, and even Queen Alfreda were thrown off guard with her statement. Felix peeked from the background at Lady Yggdrasil's expression, wanting to see if she was being for real. When he saw her usual gentle warm smile, he gulped a mouthful as he asked, Elder, are you sure? I have already consumed more than I hoped for. Go ahead and don't mind those little ones. Lady Yggdrasil permitted, not caring at all that Queen Alfreda's veins were popping out of her neck. All right, I am tremendously grateful for the opportunity. Felix bowed his head in appreciation before disappearing into the background again. There was nothing to be fearful of anymore when Lady Yggdrasil gave him permission right next to Queen Alfreda. If she didn't like it, she could take it with her. Splash! I am going to kill him. Queen Alfreda almost coughed out blood from anger after hearing the water getting disturbed. Just the thought of Felix submerging his naked body within their sacred water was enough to give her a heart attack. Now, he had absorbed 30% and was still going for more? This wasn't funny anymore. Thank you, Mom. You're the best. Selfie gave an air kiss with a cheerful expression. Don't be shy and go join him in the fountain. Lady Yggdrasil advised her, you should use any opportunity you have. Mom. Selfie swiftly turned off the video call, fearing that Felix would hear more of her shameful suggestion. Join him. Isn't that borderline sexual assault? Mom is really too traditional in her thinking. Selfie murmured in her mind as she watched Felix, sitting in a meditation position while trying his best to absorb the water before his duration ends. Meanwhile, in the royal garden, Queen Alfreda was trying her very best to hold herself from lashing out at Lady Yggdrasil. She knew her place very well, and if she ever dared to step above it, Lady Yggdrasil wouldn't hesitate to strip her from every single authority she had. Still, she couldn't stomach what had just transpired in front of her own eyes. "Mother, I am not questioning you, but why would you go this far for that bast human?" Queen Alfreda asked with a suppressed tone. "Why not?" Lady Yggdrasil took a sip from teacup and gave her the warmest smile ever. "I took your entire race under my wing, give you homes, food, clothes, and taught you about runes. Shouldn't you ask me first why did I go that far for your race?" I. Queen Alfreda felt like her tongue was tied up as she was unable to muster a single response to her question. She realized that she was doing the unthinkable, believing that Lady Yggdrasil was their own race property. In reality, she was merely their benefactor, who took pity in their race and helped them develop to what they became today. For such a generous and warm being to go that far for an entire race, why wouldn't she help her peer's student? Especially when the life essence fountain was hers in the first place. Not everyone knew about this, but the life essence fountain was simply the excessive sap of the world tree. In other words, it was Lady Yggdrasil's own blood that keep her branches and leaves alive for eternity. Who dares to question her about how to use it and whom to give it to? My apologies, Mother. I have grossly stepped out of line. Without an ounce of hesitation, Queen Alfreda kneeled on one knee in front of Lady Yggdrasil and kissed her hand with an ashamed expression. "Child, I know that you are disgruntled and have a broken heart filled with hatred towards humans." Lady Yggdrasil patted her in the head, "But, I still advise you to put it aside, otherwise, your heart will never heal, and you will remain without love for the rest of your life." The first thing that surfaced in Queen Alfreda's mind after hearing so was her fiancé's face. Usually, she would throw an inner fit at his image before erasing it from her mind. But now? She simply cursed him a couple of times in her mind, one would say a great improvement and step towards the right path. "I will try, but I can't make any promises." Queen Alfreda exhaled deeply before standing up. Her rage was finally calmed a bit. Just a bit. Felix's face still ticked her off, especially now that he had consumed decades worth of life essence bottles in 20 minutes. Knock knock. "Felix, it's time." Selfie informed after the elders knocked on the gate the instant 30 minutes passed. Not wanting to be too overbearing or ungrateful, Felix swiftly exited the puddle and wore some clothes. When he looked down, he saw that the water drops fallen on the flowers were moving back towards the puddle. "So mysterious." Felix mumbled. "My mom has turned them like this so not a single life essence drop get wasted." Selfie smiled. "This means that you have truly absorbed more than 30% of the water instead of it getting wasted after it evaporated." Asna mentioned. "Well, with this kind of insane enhancement, I thought the same." Felix replied while walking outside the gate with Selfie. They bowed slightly at the elders then walked away, not mentioning a single thing about life essence reduced level. The elders didn't bother to even glance at the fountain as they kept their eyes glued on the board while closing the gate. Shouldn't they at least have checked? Felix wondered telepathically, what if someone took more than he should? Why would they do so? Selfa tilted her head in confusion, seeming like the question was incomprehensible to her. "My bad." Felix chuckled in derision and dropped the subject after remembering that elves never steal or believe in the concept of taking someone else's things. In other words, if a high elf was allowed 15 minutes within the fountain, he would spend that period and leave without taking a single drop with him. Elves and humans might look alike, but they were truly too different in the way they think and behave. After Felix returned to his room, he sent Mistress Candace to spy on the royal family, wanting to know if Queen Alfreda would rat on him. He honestly had a strong belief that she would do so. It was the perfect opportunity to smear his reputation and turn the royal family against him. However, hours went by and then days, yet, Mistress Candace had found no one talking about the life essence incident. Did she have a turn of heart, or is she planning for a bigger punch to completely destroy my reputation? Felix had no clue what to think about the situation. He even sent Mistress Candace to spy on Queen Alfreda in the throne chamber and found nothing. Whatever, as long as Lady Yggdrasil has my back, she can't harm me. Felix shrugged his shoulders and stopped wasting his concentration on this matter. If his reputation within the royal family was ruined, then *ck it, he only needed Selphie and Lady Yggdrasil in his side. For now, it was time to push at 25% in his integration training. Chapter 1037, the 5th Bloodline Replacement Great Kraken Edition. Felix was certain that he would be able to pull it off in less than a year of training due to his enhanced strength. For starters, his physical strength was boosted by another 20 kbf, pushing his overall to 176 kbf. This was an insane enhancement when considering that he was already past 100k. Felix believed that he would surpass 200k when he received his replacement enhancement. If he succeeded in mutating his internal system, he would be boosted yet again when the heart gets merged with him. As for his mental defenses, he had done a quick test in the past days and found out that he could resist a low-ranked Empyrean Hive player. This was huge, as he could finally restart his climb in the individual platform and fight for a promotion to the Empyrean rank. Still, Felix decided to leave the climb until he replaced his bloodline. For now, Felix kept concentrating on just his integration training, pushing past 21%, 22%, 23%, and finally hitting 24% in mere 10 months. Because he had to repeat the same percentage twice until he was certain of going past it, his mental health was burnt off immensely. This made him decide taking a 2-month break before attempting 25%, only this time, he was going to do it for real. Are you sure about this, Felix? Asna asked worriedly. There is no need to rush, you can practice a few times. Like hell I will. Felix shook his head vehemently. I am not going to go through another needless agony for the sake training. I have finally reached the desired percentage, and I am going to do it in one go. Felix wasn't being irrational or rash by making such a decision. Since he would die either way if he failed within the UVR, why bother training? So, he spent the next 2 months hanging out with Selphie and her cousins, going on picnics and exploration adventures within their capital planet to restore his mental health. Fortunately, the gorgeous and peaceful environment in Furlund was perfect for mental recovery. When Felix finally restored his confidence to go through that hellish agony, he didn't hesitate to start the integration process. Right now, he could be seen sitting on the ground within a cozy well-lighted cave that was tens of kilometers away from the city. Felix had picked this place since his room floor was made out of unprocessed dry wood that was capable of absorbing his blood and sweat. He preferred leaving the room in the same state that it was given to him. All right, here we go. Felix took a deep breath while holding a large metallic needle that was filled to the brim with dark red gooey liquid. This was the Great Kraken bloodline. It was delivered to him by Candace a long while ago. Speaking about her, she was currently watching the process from within the Void Realm. As for Nimmo, he was playing tag with the Void Army, oblivious to the notion that he might not see Felix after this. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Felix pierced his heart directly with the needle and injected the content while gritting his teeth. Just this step alone was difficult because of the content being quite substantial. After emptying the needle, Felix placed a tough leather belt on his mouth and bit on it. Then, he gathered the tips of his fingers in one point and used them akin to spears against the ground. This helped him pierce it until his arms were elbow deep. Then, he grabbed into hard rocks to affix himself from moving too much during the process. Good luck, Felix. Asna wished while biting her nails nervously. The rest of the tenants all dropped whatever they were doing and focused on Felix with serious looks, knowing that this was going to be one of his biggest pivots in life. A minute later of absolute silence, Felix's heart thumped loudly once before an incomprehensible wave of agony washed through his entire body from head to toe. Tears flooded down Felix's eyes uncontrollably as he let out a toe-curling scream that was capable of chilling anyone's heart if they ever heard it. Fortunately, the leather belt had mitigated most of it. Thump! 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 Both of his hearts kept beating thunderously akin to a steam train, trying their best to keep the blood flowing through his entire body even though his DNA was being forcefully rearranged. Since the pain was coming from every part of his body, Felix had absolutely no idea if he obtained an external mutation or an internal one as he had hoped for. At this moment, he didn't bother to think about them as the only thing in his mind was to survive through this unbearable hellish experience. Seconds went by, then minutes. Asna and the tenants had their eyes glued on Carbuncle's mutations, which were getting taken away. The sapphire horns retracted inside Felix's forehead, leaving behind 2 bloody holes. Yet, the real kicker were the crystallized wings, as they were also not sparred from being removed. Fortunately, the root gemstone remained affixed on his forehead, saving him the pain of getting back when he edged Carbuncle's peak ability. Without any warning, another vicious and merciless wave of pain assaulted Felix's internal body. This caused Felix to bite the leather belt so hard he ended up cutting in thoroughly. What came out of his lips was nothing but a chilling roar resembling an injured beast. It's happening. Look at his internal system. It's really happening. While Felix was fighting for his life oblivious to what's going on, Asna and the tenant's eyes brightened up in delight at the sight of his internal system. It was like a miracle in the work as his internal organs were forcefully changed to allow the birth of a new blue heart that was centered right below the devourer and human hearts. Just as Asna and the others were about to sigh in relief, they were stunned to see another smaller heart gets created right next to his liver. Before they could comment about it, another heart was manifested near his kidney. Just as they thought it was over, 3 more small blue hearts popped out simultaneously near the lungs and even above the intestines. All of them shared one complex blood vessel system, connecting each other and the rest of Felix's organs at the same time. What the hell is going? Asna exclaimed in fear, not liking this mutation one bit. In her eyes, Felix's human body shouldn't be able to support even 3 hearts as Lady Sphinx mentioned. Yet, now he possessed 7 hearts. This was just too abnormal and freakish. This is an interesting turn of events. Lady Sphinx mewed as she analyzed the hearts. The biggest one is active with his other 2 hearts while the rest are dormant. What does that mean exactly? I am not too sure yet, but I believe that the Kraken's mutation was forced to adapt to Felix's body. Lady Sphinx clarified, for Kraken, he has 10 hearts and all of them are active and play a role in operating his body. But, in the case of Felix, the mutation has stopped at 5 hearts after realizing that nothing more could be added without ruining the perfect internal system. Since humans only need 1 heart to operate, it kept one active and the others dormant, acting as mere blood vessels for blood passing by them. Lady Sphinx paused. I believe that when his main hearts stop beating, those dormant ones will wake up and act as emergency hearts. Truly fascinating. Asna and the others couldn't help but marvel at this remarkable mutation that was 10 times more useful than most mutations he had ever obtained. Sure, it wasn't as great as Lady Sphinx's truth eyes or the root gemstone, but it enabled Felix to become an unkillable cockroach. With 7 hearts, he would never find an issue with blood not pumping properly after a heavy injury. He can still replace one of the hearts with the ancestor Ymir's heart, right? Asna wondered. Replace 1 heart? He can replace all of them if he ever desired. Lady Sphinx answered while showing an abnormal crazed look that sent shivers through the spine of all the tenants. They knew that her experimenting side had taken over. Oh look, he is also receiving external mutations. Asna pointed at Felix's hair and the sides of his waist after hearing his ear-piercing screech. Because Felix was dyed completely in blood, it was hard to spot his hair mutation, however, they recognized the mutation on his waist immediately. As expected, he has received gills as well. Lady Sphinx commentated. Lady Sphinx had expected as much after noticing that Felix's lungs and throat had gone through a small modification to support breathing underwater. Is it me or his hair is moving? Chapter 1038 Great Kraken's Mutations. Is it me or his hair is moving? Candace remarked with a surprised expression. It is. Asna and the others supported her findings after spotting that Felix's bloody long hair was twitching once in a while. When they focused on it for a short while, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in intrigue. Is that what I think it is? I believe so. Felix won't be happy about this one bit. Asna giggled. Speaking about Felix, he finally finished the replacement process after a long and excruciating 15 minutes of hell. Thud. The instant the pain washed away, he fell face first on the ground and remained like that without moving an inch. He passed out immediately with foam covering his mouth. 1 minute later, and he would have been a mere soul heading towards the spirit realm. Take care of him, Candace. On it. Candace exited the void realm and beamed a medical pod, then, she placed Felix on it and let it do its magic. Some time later, Felix opened his muddled eyes and pushed the medical pod's glass door open. When he looked to his right, he found Candace, sitting next to him while playing with Nimmo. Eeeeeeee! Nimmo immediately jumped on his embrace and started rubbing his fur against his body. However, just as Felix was about to pat Nimmo, a dark blue thick tentacle emerged out of nowhere and threw Nimmo away from him. Eeeeeeee! Nimmo landed on the wall with an excited expression before rushing back to Felix and getting thrown away again. He thought that Felix was playing with him, but he had no clue that Felix had the most horrified look on his face ever. Candace, what is this? Felix stuttered as he touched the top of his head with shaky fingers, finding out that he had a long tentacle for a hair. Your mutation, a thick, flexible tentacle, aren't you happy? Candace licked her lips seductively as she eyed the tentacle with a look that was up to no good. Ew! 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 Felix almost gagged, feeling repulsed just by the thought. A tentacle for a hair? He would rather shave it clean than live with such abomination on top of his head. It might sound cool and all, but it was still a tentacle that was clearly capable of behaving on its own like it had a consciousness as well. Don't be too alarmed. Asna chuckled, it's not a real tentacle. It's still made out of your hair strands combined. You can switch back to your hair if you can control it. The instant he heard so, Felix attempted to control the tentacle. The tentacle didn't respond to his orders in the first moments, but after some repetition, he finally gained some control over it. It was quite a weird feeling like he had another limb on top of his head. Fortunately, because he was experienced with additional limbs like his wings and tail, he quickly managed to get rid of the tentacle. The moment that happened, his hair turned into strands again and flew down his shoulders until it reached the ground. His hair's color naturally had been changed from milky white into blue. It wasn't all blue but had different shades and layers. It was black from the scalp while mixed with navy blue patches. As it goes down, the dark shade leaned more into softer blue until it reached tips. At least, the new color isn't so bad. Felix smiled in satisfaction as the blue color was one of his favorites. Wait a second, don't tell me I need to leave my hair long like this time. Suddenly, his satisfied smile was stiffened after realizing that he couldn't cut his hair unless he wanted to give up on the tentacle. After knowing that he could switch his hair into both forms, he wasn't as grossed out as before. In fact, he already started seeing ways to utilize his tentacle in his fights even though he had yet to test out its full capabilities. I doubt it will matter if you cut it. Lady Sphinx informed, since your hair is now in active mutation, you can believe that it will grow back in a few seconds if you cut it short. Upon hearing so, Felix rubbed his eyelids in frustration. He understood he would be stuck with a long hair unless he dropped the mutation. He knew that wasn't happening anytime soon. Ah wait. How can I forget the most important thing? Felix promptly snapped his eyes wide open in agitation and placed his hand on his chest. The instant he heard a symphony of 3 heartbeats, his face lighted up akin to a kid seeing presents under a Christmas tree. I got it. I actually got I. Felix tightened his fists in pure excitement at the notion that he could finally merge with the ancestral dragon heart. You got more than that. Asna shared, you have obtained 5 new hearts in total and even gills. Hey? Are you joking? Felix widened his eyes in bafflement. He already noticed the gills on his waist, but he had no clue about the other hearts. After all, he couldn't hear them beat. You can look for yourself. Without delay, Felix laid back on the medicine pod and used the MRI scan feature. It took merely a few seconds for the results to come out as a hologram. The F***ck is this? Felix's eyes almost popped off his sockets after looking at his new internal system. It was too alien and peculiar, he doubted that anyone would guess it belonged to a human if he showed them. You should feel happy. This was a much better result. Lady Sphinx smiled, this will make it much easier for me to modify your genetics since those hearts will act as checkpoints. What do you mean? I can now add the ancestral dragon heart and even consider adding a high elf heart to give you a runic familiarity. How is that even possible? Felix frowned. He could imagine himself with 3 hearts, but 4 hearts and more? He had no idea how would his body function properly if they were all beating at once. Leave that to me. Selphie said, I have already started experimenting on your copy and the results are somewhat promising. Felix dropped this matter after hearing so. He knew that if Lady Sphinx had a hand in this, everything would be all right. He hoped that she pull it off since it was his opportunity to obtain the World Tree First Root. For now, he was simply happy and relieved that all of his pain and sufferings weren't wasted. It's quite disheartening that I had to lose my wings though. Felix smiled bitterly after finally realizing that his back felt empty. He didn't care much about the horns, but the wings were truly too useful to give up on. Fortunately, he also received gills, which were great additions since he would be owning water manipulation. He wouldn't need to bother holding his breath within his own abilities like most water elementalists. My eyes changed color again. Soon, Felix manifested a mirror made out of crystals and looked at his face, wanting to check if anything changed. As he expected, his eyes' color weren't the same. The irises were now blood red while the triangle-like pupil turned pitch black. With his long dark/blue hair, this gave him a demonic appearance compared to his previous angelic look. So, I went from a monster, to an angel, and finally a demon. Felix chuckled, what's next? Chapter 1039 Exploring the Mutations. Since Felix had replaced his bloodline with 25% at once, he naturally had unlocked 2 new passives, he decided to find out about them now. Water immunity and water walking, not bad I guess. Felix wasn't too CK'd about water walking since it would be replacing his gemstone concentration. Though, he wasn't that sad about it. He could always learn how to concentrate gemstone just like he did with lightning and poison. Are you going to etch your root gemstone now? Asna suddenly asked. No. Felix shook his head, now that I am capable of merging with ancestral dragon heart, I will leave it after the surgery. Felix didn't want to receive the replacement enhancement boost right now since it wouldn't be as great as doing it when he received the empowerment from the heart. After all, the heart was going to bestow him with at least 30k and BF. This would push Felix's body limitation much higher, allowing him to accept much bigger enhancement from Carbuncle's bloodline. Master, when will the surgery occurs? Felix inquired. In a couple of weeks at maximum. Lady Sphinx informed, I am still testing on your copy to see if any variables will arise due to the new heart's addition. I see. Lady Sphinx had already concluded that the surgery would be a success even while he was inside the dimensional pocket. If it wasn't for so, she wouldn't have mentioned this option, though, with the new internal system, she had to recheck again to avoid any mistakes. Some time later, Felix could be seen standing above peaceful ocean while being surrounded by gigantic dreadful sea monsters. They were circling him like a pack of sharks. Let's try again. Felix took a deep breath and dove within the ocean akin to a spear, not causing any splash. The instant he went down, he got rushed by those sea monsters simultaneously. Instead of utilizing his abilities or even his physical strength, Felix turned his hair into a tentacle and launched it at the nearest sea monster. Just like a flexible whip, the tentacle rolled around sea monster's body and tightened its grasp. Felix used his behemoth strength to pull the sea monster and start using him akin to a hammer against his fellow companions. This helped him take down a couple of sea monsters before the first one was turned into a mushed-up unrecognizable piece of flesh. The other sea monsters didn't leave him free rein to beat them up as they kept finding ways to ambush him. This made Felix eat a couple of hits since he was still not as adapted to water battles as them. Still, Felix refused to use anything else to retaliate but his hair. Tentacle cocoon. When Felix saw that he was about to get assaulted again, he split his tentacle into countless smaller ones before using them to create a cocoon. Boom! The sea monster smashed the tentacle cocoon and sent Felix flying outside the ocean. Felix landed on top of the water, creating a giant splash. Tisk! Another failure. Felix transformed his hair back to normal before pausing the training. For the past hour, Felix had been learning the ins and outs of his mutations. First, he found out that his kraken's heart wasn't just for show. The moment he dove in water, it took control over his entire internal system. He didn't know how exactly, but it helped make him extremely flexible within waters just like a fish. As for his tentacle, he discovered that his hair didn't turn just into one thick and long tentacle. In fact, he could turn each hair strand into a thin tentacle if he desired. He had complete freedom over them. Moreover, he uncovered that his tentacles' toughness, flexibility, endurance, and rejuvenation were all excellent. He could even lift hundreds of tons with them without worrying about them getting snapped. Even if they got snapped, they rejuvenate into new ones in a few seconds. Still, the craziest part was their ability to keep moving for hours even when separated from Felix, allowing him to control them with his mind. Felix was still discovering more stuff with each minute passing by. 2 hours later, Felix finally decided to call it a quit after defeating those sea monsters without getting kicked out of the water or using anything else but his tentacles. It wasn't easy in the slightest since those sea monsters were as strong as young royal dragons. In addition, they were in their ideal environment. Felix knew that the oceans around the universe hid monsters that were 10 times much stronger than them. Though, because they were not intelligent, they weren't ranked in the same caliber as other races. The same applied to all the hidden monsters, and cosmic creatures with godly strength but no intelligence to support it. In a few moments, Felix arrived at his room within the palace. Before he could even sit on his bed, he heard knocking on his door. When he saw that it was Selfie behind the door, he grinned faintly. Let's give her a scare. Come in. Good more, Kai. Selfie greeting was cut off short with a horrified scream after meeting with Felix's tentacles moving around akin to snakes in front of her face. A split second later, the tentacles and Felix's grin were stiffened immediately after Selfie cast a time spell reflexively. Everything in the room was frozen in time but Selfie. Cut it out, Selfie, it's me. Felix immediately dropped his prank after realizing that his life was on the line. Without his void domain ability, he was at Selfie's mercy every time she used her time spells, unless Candace or Nemo helped him out. Felix? Don't tell me you replaced your bloodline again. Selfie raised an eyebrow in surprise after walking around the frozen tentacles and spotting Felix's stiffened face. I kinda did. Can you free me now? No. You deserve to have at least a 10 minutes timeout. Selfie sulked with her arms crossed in annoyance. I have already told you to call me when you want to replace your bloodline. I could have helped, you know. I didn't make any promises. Felix retorted, I would rather not have you see me during it, it's not a pleasant sight. I told you that I don't care about that. Selphie still wasn't letting go. With my time's abilities, I can easily help you take a break when you find it too hard to handle. Time element was so overpowered, Selphie could indeed pause the integration process whenever she wanted. This would halt Felix's pain and give him a well-needed break. If we did that, I might not be here with you. Felix smiled wryly in his mind, you have to understand that only reason I am not dead yet is due to my mental fortitude during the process. Tell me, will my mentality not be affected negatively if I knew that I always have the option to take a break? In Felix's eyes, the integration process was like a rocket. The moment it was launched, the only way it could survive was to keep pushing through the atmosphere and reach space. If rockets paused midair, their entire momentum would be destroyed. The same applied in Felix's situation. So, Selphie's presence near him during the integration was merely going to affect him negatively. This was the real reason. I see, I am sorry. I haven't thought about it like that. Selphie apologized with a dejected look while freeing Felix from her time imprisonment. Phew, I hope I never get used to this feeling. Felix cracked his neck with shivers down his spine at the notion that Selphie was capable of keeping him frozen for as long as she wanted if he had no one by his side. Good thing Selphie was kind, warm, and crazy in love about him, otherwise, he wouldn't dare be in the same area as her even with his current strength. Whoa, so those tentacles are actually your hair. Selphie's eyes brightened in curiosity after seeing the tentacles turn into Felix's hair. Unfortunately, yes. Felix sighed, I can't cut this way, so you better get used to it. I quite like it like this. Selphie smiled while offering, do you want me to help you braid it? Felix thought about it for a few moments before realizing that it would be much easier to move with his hair all tied up. After all, it was long enough it reached his feet. Sure, why not? So, Asna could only grit her teeth in irritation as she watched Selphie braid Felix's hair in a gentle manner. The more Felix interacted with Selphie, the more she desired to get freed. It was for none other than to beat her up for making non-stop advances on her boyfriend. Chapter 1040 The Dragon's Cultivation System. 3 weeks later. Felix could be seen lying on Lady Sphinx's operation table while wearing only his boxers. He had to come all the way to the Witch Empire for the surgery. Since he intended to stay here for months or more until Lady Sphinx figure out a way to help him obtain runic familiarly, he had informed Selphie about his absence. Are you ready? Lady Sphinx asked as she stood next to Felix while wearing scrubs and gloves, resembling a real surgeon. She wasn't alone as she had 2 perfect assistants created out of sand. Yes. Lady Sphinx used a powerful anesthetic drug that was made completely out of materials with medical properties. Otherwise, Felix's poison immunity would act up. Even with Felix's mental toughness and body tolerance to such drugging effect, he still ended up losing consciousness. That's some good stuff you got there. Carbuncle's eyes lit up, mind sharing it? Don't bother me now. Lady Sphinx shooed away the crackhead and refocused on the surgery. Because of Lady Sphinx's tremendous experience with Felix's body, she made the surgery seem like a child playing with doctor's kit. With the help of her competent clone assistants, everything seemed perfect and in order. Minutes went by, then hours, and before long an entire day passed by. The surgery took such a long time simply because of how complex Felix's new internal system. Lady Sphinx had experimented on his body and realized that one tiny mistake was enough to cause all organs to start failing. Thankfully, she was a professional and a perfectionist, taking as much time as she needed to stitch the ancestral heart in place of the Kraken's heart. After she was done, she tapped on the ancestral heart for a couple of times before it started to beat on its own. Close him up. Lady Sphinx ordered while removing her bloody gloves. Is everything good? Asna asked. Yes. Lady Sphinx informed, the surgery went great, now, I just need to implant the royal gemstones on his body. Phew, good work. Asna sighed in relief. Is it difficult to engraft the gemstones? No, I just need to engraft them on those specific spots, Ymir's heart will handle the rest. Lady Sphinx said as she displayed a holographic image of Felix's body. Black and white gemstones attached themselves on top of his shoulders. Pink, purple, and orange gemstones merged with his shoulder blades in a straight line. Green, blue, and yellow gemstones linked on his upper chest in a straight line as well. The last one got glued between his chest pecs, it was vermilion. Without further ado, Lady Sphinx beamed those ancient royal gemstones and placed them on another table next to Felix's body. Ancestor Ymir gave them those gemstones when he heard about their plan. Naturally, they belonged to his original body as he had extracted them before his corpse was taken away by his descendants. Without his assistant, Lady Sphinx would have used the royal gemstones from her own batch. The assistants had already finished stitching Felix's chest since his rejuvenation wasn't as active as he was conscious. Though, the moment he wakes up, the opening would close on itself and remove any kind of scar. Lady Sphinx picked the vermilion gemstone and placed it in the center of Felix's chest pecs. Without needing to do anything, the gemstone turned as hot as a molten rock and merged with Felix's chest. It didn't leave a single trace, appearing like Felix was born with it. Lady Sphinx picked another and continued the embedding process until all the gemstones were implanted with Felix's torso. With the root gemstone added to the mix, he really resembled a celestial being. After Lady Sphinx was done, she covered Felix and sat next to him with a cup of tea in one hand and a book in the other. She knew that he wouldn't wake up for at least another 5 hours. 5 hours later, Felix's eyelashes started quivering, trying his best to open his eyes. With enough effort, his muddled bloodshot eyes were finally opened. Just like last time, Felix felt confused, chilly, nauseated, alarmed, and lastly, some pain in his chest after waking up from being drugged out for an entire day. How did it go? Felix asked with a weak voice as he glanced at Lady Sphinx from the corner of his eyes. Lady Sphinx comforted him, the surgery went just fine, and now you just need to relax for the next couple of days until Ymir's heart adapt to your body. Thank you, Master. Felix smiled with a grateful expression while trying to sit up. He fought through the pain in his chest and started to take deep breaths to regulate the blood flow even better. After a few minutes, the pain was gone, and he started to feel his energy being restored. You already embedded the gemstones in me. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after spotting the gemstones on his chest. It was better to do them while you were unconscious. I see. Felix nodded as he kept touching the gemstones with a fascinated look. He thought that the gemstones would irritate him immensely, but he felt absolutely nothing while trying to move them or pull them away. Can I test them out in the UVR? My body will rest better in the pod. Felix requested. No, we still have a few other tests. Lady Sphinx beamed a couple of colorful gemstones and other types of minerals. She placed them in front of Felix and said, "Start eating." Speechless, Felix glanced at the mountains of rocks before him and then at Lady Sphinx, not knowing how to react. How else are we supposed to test out whether you have obtained the dragon's cultivation system or not? Lady Sphinx gave him a soft tap in the head before ordering again, "Now eat." I don't think my teeth are that strong yet, can't we melt them or something? Felix gulped a mouthful as he picked an azure cubical gemstone. Seeing that Lady Sphinx lifted her hand again, Felix swiftly brought the gemstone to his mouth and bite on it as hard as he could with his eyes closed shut. Crack! Immediately after hearing the cracking noise, he snapped his eyes open. They were filled with nothing but marvel and surprise instead of pain. It turned out, the gemstone was the thing that broke not his teeth. The shocking part was the fact that the gemstone actually tasted quite delicious. How is it so sweet? Felix started using more force to bite the gemstone and chew on it like he was eating a hard candy. The moment he finished it, he reached out to another gemstone from the pile without needing Lady Sphinx to force him. Your taste buds, teeth, and also your organs were modified by Ymir's heart to support his cultivation system. Lady Sphinx shared, unlike the Devourer's heart, you possess the greatest dragon heart in the history of the universe. Thank goodness! Felix said with a mouth full of fragmented minerals before gulping them all at once. Felix always dreaded the notion that he needed to eat minerals to enhance his strength. He was already suffering from devouring natural treasures, and he really didn't want to worsen it with rocks. How do you feel? Some heat rising from my stomach. Felix answered as he touched his belly. The sensation was similar to when he ate natural treasures. Looks like it's a success. Lady Sphinx smiled. Your body is digesting the elemental energy from the Futharks. Futharks? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder they were so rich with elemental energy. Felix already knew plenty of things about the dragon cultivation system. The first one was its ability to absorb elemental energy from minerals. Sure, he was capable of eating common gemstones like rubies, sapphires, emeralds, etc. But they weren't going to provide him with anything. It was the same as eating grass and expecting to extract elemental energy from it. Naturally, the rarer the mineral, the more elemental energy it would have. Second important detail was the fact that the dragon cultivation system had no limitation. In other words, as long as the dragons were capable of consuming minerals and extract elemental energy from them, they could grow infinitely. If it wasn't for this, ancestral Ymir wouldn't have reached the strength of primogenitors and the ancient dragons wouldn't have been considered as the strongest race right after the primogenitors. Naturally, the stronger they got, the bigger their appetite had gotten to support their strength increase. So, even though they could potentially grow infinitely, it really depended on whether they had enough resources to pull it off. Unfortunately, elemental minerals were even rarer than their counterpart natural treasures, especially in this day and age. Let me check how much you have absorbed from those gems. Lady Sphinx said as she placed her hand on Felix's chest. She closed her eyes for a few seconds before announcing, it's not 100% like Ymir's, but at least you can absorb 80% of the mineral's properties. That's good enough for me. Felix was more than content with the percentage. After all, he was barely a third of a dragon. When he had first gotten his Devourer's heart, he was absorbing merely 50% of the natural treasure's beneficial properties. It was bumped to 70% when his Devourer's heart became his main after he died in the Shurima ruins. So, 80% from the get-go was quite remarkable. The dragon's cultivation system has really no system to it. Asna wondered, are you going to keep it as it is? The ancient dragons were too lazy to bother put checkpoints or milestones in their system since they could grow infinitely stronger. In their eyes, why bother put checkpoints to something with no end in the first place? No. Felix shook his head, I will make it the same as Devourer's system to keep track of my progress. So, instead of Devourer's marks, you will call them Dragon's marks. Yes, though each mark will have 20 kbf ceiling. Felix shared, only when I hit it purely from my dragon's system will I move on to the next mark. I see. Though, if I want to hit the first 2 dragon marks, I must travel to the Dwarven Galaxy. Felix smiled wryly, knowing that wasn't going to be so simple when humans were completely banned from entering their galaxy, don't even mention mining or buying the elemental minerals. Chapter 1041 The 9 Sacred Attributes. Felix understood that when it came to elemental minerals, the Dwarven Galaxy was so rich of them, there was no room for comparison with other galaxies. The dwarves utilized those minerals to forge artifacts as well as export the excess to other nations. Naturally, Futharks weren't included since they were considered to be the most important mineral for the dwarves. If Felix wanted to get his hands on large quantities of elemental minerals, the Dwarven Galaxy was his only way forward. Let's think about this when I secure the World Tree First route. Felix removed such thoughts from his head, knowing that he wasn't done yet with the Elvish realms. Take this. It will help you push through half a mark at minimum. Lady Sphinx said as she handed Felix a spatial ring. When Felix glanced at its inventory, his eyes were widened in surprise. The ring was filled with hundreds of different elemental minerals, most of them were quite rare and cost a fortune. "Thank you, Master." Felix accepted the gift with a grateful expression. "You are on your own, now." Lady Sphinx replied calmly. In other words, he should never come looking for her again for elemental minerals even if he failed in getting his hands on them. Felix had no problems with this whatsoever. Some time later, Felix could be seen lying on the VR pod. He wanted to log in and test out his new attributes on all of his elements. Though, before doing so, he still had one last thing to do. "Elder, can you please help me etch crystallization beam?" Felix requested from Carbuncle. "Done." Carbuncle snapped his finger causally while taking big whiffs of lined white powder on the table. "This is the good stuff," he exclaimed with a stoned expression. The tenants didn't bother to even glance in his direction, too used to his shenanigans. As for Felix, he was grinning from ear to ear after sensing his new empowered elemental capacity and his mental capacity. They were at least boosted by an additional 50%, making him feel at ease about utilizing much more dangerous and consuming techniques. In addition, he felt like he could now take on even medium-ranked Empyrean Hive player. This boost of confidence was all Felix needed to be assured that his climb within the Empyrean rank wouldn't be hindered right from the start. Without delay, Felix logged in and went straight to his UVR's room. Then, he created a bloodline force testing machine and stood in front of it. It was time to test out his physical strength after all the enhancements he went through. Life Essence Water, Ancestral Dragon Heart, and finally, his bloodline enhancement. Felix took a deep breath and tightened his fist until the air entrapped within it exploded from the sudden pressure. Then, he took his best punching posture and tensed his muscles while zooming in on the red pad. The instant he felt in zone with every fiber of his body, he struck the red pad, holding absolutely nothing back. Boom! The ground shook, the trees trembled, and even the clouds in front of the explosion zone were affected by the shockwave. The only thing that remained unmoving was the machine as it started calculating the punch immediately after Felix pulled back his fist. Felix lifted his head and kept eyeing the red numbers going up non-stop. In a few moments, the number stopped at 6 figures. To be exact, at 255,465 BF. A bit lower than I anticipated. Felix remarked in confusion at the result. He assumed that he would have at least reached 270k, and since he was told that the ancestral heart would enhance his physical strength by a significant 50k. Since he was at 186k before, this meant that his latest 2 enhancements merely boosted him by 70k or so. "It's normal," Thor said. "You have crossed another milestone and this caused your enhancements to take another hit." "You're talking about the 200k BF. Yes, I'm not very knowledgeable about your bloodline force system, but I understand that there are infinite milestones for mortals due to their body limitations." Thor clarified, "For us primogenitors, unigens, and other superior beings, we were born with no such barriers that hinder our growth. This was one of the many gifts bestowed upon us. Damn it, doesn't that mean that the stronger I get, the harder it will get for me to push forward?" Felix didn't like the sound of that one bit. His goal always targeted those immortal beings. But, if he had such chains dragging him down to the ground, how could he fly and touch them? "Well, mortals were never meant to reach our level." Asna added, "If it was so easy to reach our strength, we wouldn't have been given such great duties to manage the universe." In the case of primogenitors, their duties were already over as they had populated the entire universe and shaped it to what it is now. Without them, there would no elementalists around, not even beasts with abilities. As for the unigens, they were responsible over the guarding the universe laws, and it was a job lasting for eternity. How could mortals even compare to what those beings went through? If Felix could easily reach their strength by merely mixing a cultivation system with another, the universe's balance would truly be a joke. One step at a time. Lady Sphinx advised, we will handle each milestone you hit, just keep walking forward and don't look up too much or down. In other words, Felix just need to keep focusing on what he could do now, that's it. You're right. If I thought like this from the start, I would have never reached this far. Felix smiled. Felix might have been slightly disappointed with his physical strength before, but now? He understood that this was enough to enable him to keep moving forward in his path. That was good enough for him. After a few more tests to his physical strength and mental defenses, Felix moved on to the juicy part. What attribute do I start with? Felix grinned. Try the vermilion gemstone. Asna suggested, I believe it gives you a deconstruction effect to your elements. Yes it does. Felix said, let's start with it. I also wanted to find out if it is as good as void energy. Not even close. Lady Sphinx destroyed his hopes before he can test it out. Void energy is capable of deconstructing matter to the last molecule. This attribute simply deconstruct matter into fine dust. Well, that's not so bad. Felix's force come mainly from his elemental attacks anyway, if this deconstruction bonus was added, he wouldn't be complaining. Without delay, Felix summoned an electrical bolt while thinking of the deconstruction attribute. The moment he did so, the vermilion gemstone in the center of his chest turned brighter. Felix didn't even notice this as his eyes were locked on the lightning bolt dancing around him. What attracted his attention was the new color as it had turned vermilion as well. Fascinating, will all the effects switch my lightning color as well? This made Felix change his plan into summoning lightning bolts with each attribute active. As he assumed, he was surrounded by 9 different color lightning bolts, ranging from pink, black, green, white, yellow, and the list goes on and on. This will definitely confuse the crap about of my opponents. Felix grinned. Try other elements. Asna said. Felix did as he was told and manifested poison spheres and gemstone cubes. However, the results were quite different from lightning. They kept their original colors. Looks like the base effect is more dominate. Felix concluded after seeing that the colors hadn't changed. That's because he used Argodite gemstones and true poison spheres as the base. They already provided an original inducement and an attribute unlike lightning that was attributeless. After all, it was mere a form of energy. Chapter 1042 The Empyrean Promotion Game. Without delay, Felix created a couple of dummies AI in front of him and began his test, starting with deconstruction attribute. He whipped the dummies in a single motion with his vermilion electrical bolt, causing them to start twitching while breaking at the same time into smaller pieces. By the time the electrical discharge died down, they were turned into a pile of fine dust on the ground. Hee, this really adds dimensions into my lightning abilities. Felix smiled widely as he created another batch of dummies. This time, he switched to the blue gemstone. It provided a chilling attribute, causing the dummies to suffer from 2 opposing effects simultaneously. Felix didn't stop at that and continued to torture those dummies with more attributes. Naturally, not all of his sacred attributes were harmful. In fact, the pink gemstone was capable of healing the soul while the white gemstone could heal the body. When Felix was done testing them all, he used them on his other elements to see if the sacred attribute added up to an already attributed element or not. For example, he manifested an olive-sling mirror and reflected the light on one of the dummies to attempt hypnotizing it. He had added the attribute of the orange royal gemstone as well. He chose it specifically because it made his elemental attacks become mental attacks too. Interesting, the attributes does boost each other if they were compatible. Felix commentated after seeing that the dummies had fallen into a hallucination in less than a split second. This while he made sure that their mental defenses would rival even peak radiant players. Felix repeated the same test with his poison inducements that were targeting just the mind of the dummies. He had received the same positive results. Though, if both of them are used alone, the effects get reduced drastically. Felix was somewhat disappointed with this since it implied that if he used the mental attacking attribute on his lightning or water, it wouldn't really do much against monsters with tough mental defenses. Nevertheless, it was a great improvement. Next, Felix attempted merging the acidic inducement with the corrosion attribute. As he expected, the end results were promising. This had further made him convinced that it was all about compatibility. A couple of hours later, Felix finally called it a quit after going through most of the possible combinations, techniques, and sequences he could pull off with his sacred attributes. Naturally, he tested out his fire immunity as well. With the ancestral dragon's heart merged with him, it was quite expected that fire immunity was included in the package. "Are you going to spin the wheel now?" Asna wondered as she watched Felix taking a shower. "Not before I unlock a couple of water-based active abilities and also adapt to my new strength," Felix replied. He might have enough strength to smash his way up to the Empyrean rank, but Felix wasn't in such a rush. He had gotten much stronger too quickly, and he was still not in complete control of his new strength. 4 months later, Felix could be seen sitting in his living room with holographic green button in front of him. In the past 4 months he had participated in his last 3 Radiant ranked games and finally reached peak Radiant rank. As expected, he easily dominated those 3 games with merely his physical strength, spreading terrors through the hearts of every viewer and player. He didn't even bother use his sacred attributes or his water abilities. Just his physical strength was enough to put everyone in their place, royal dragons included. Right now, he was planning to spin the wheel for his promotional game to the Empyrean rank. He knew that the game was going to include at least 5 Empyrean ranked players while the rest would be just like him, players seeking to get promoted. Ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking a battle format. That's a good start, Felix said as he spun the second wheel. In a few seconds, he stopped it and watched the needle land on a golden board. Congratulations on picking the game, the Arena King. Felix glanced at the details of the game. / game platform, individual supremacy games platform. Game format, battles. Game name, the Arena King. Participants number, 30. Strength allowed, human race system unlimited. Items allowed, nano-based items, symbiote-based items, potions, scrolls, and artifacts, limited to epic. Prize pool, Nanosuit V10, Necrolite Lance, Epic Artifact, Potion of Glory, Rank 5, Meteor Shower Scroll, Epic Grade. Rules of the game. 1. All the players will be teleported to a single island that has an enormous white arena in the center. 2. Players are allowed to fight only within the arena. 3. The first player to step inside the arena would be bestowed with a crown and be named as the Arena King. 4. Each second the player keep the crown on top of his head will be awarded with 100 point. 5. Players can take the crown from the king and wear it to start earning points. 6. If the king escaped outside the arena, the crown will appear on top of a random player's head inside the arena. 7. The escaped king will be renamed as the Coward. Cowards receive debuffs as penalties that can last up to half an hour. Debuffs examples: strength reduced by 15% / mental defenses weakened by 15% / movement speed reduced by 20%, etc. 8. Players aren't allowed to use mass destruction abilities / mass mental affecting abilities, as well as not remain in one spot for more than 30 seconds or hidden within another dimension for 30 seconds. 9. Players who broke those rules will be banned from entering the arena for at least an hour. When they do enter it, they will be debuffed as well. 10. All players can't leave the arena for at least 5 minutes after stepping inside. The king can leave the arena after 1 minute of wearing the crown. 11. It's a free-for-all war inside the arena, however partnerships and alliances can be made. 12. Eliminating players rewards with 1000 points / kicking off players from the arena rewards 100 points / 13. Eliminating the king rewards with 10,000 points / stealing the crown rewards with 5,000 points. 14. the game will last for 3 hours, player with the most points at the end of the game will be proclaimed as the final winner. For more information, please open up your SG interface. Good luck to all participants // What a typical promotion game. Felix snickered. He could already imagine the mayhem and chaos in the arena with 30 players all gunning for the crown. To put 5 monsters from the Empyrean rank within this herd would naturally result in a massacre, but Felix wasn't complaining. He knew that the Empyrean rank promotion games were geared more to such a dangerous and cruel games to filter out the trash. It was also to warn the others about the consequences of attempting to join the top 500 strongest players in the universe. After all, only the bottom 50 Empyrean ranked players get placed in those promotion games to defend their rank as well as reduce their challengers. The more they kill, the less promotion games they would need to participate and focus purely on climbing past the low bottom 50. Fortunately, the Alliance knew that it was too much for them to keep accepting those promotion games one after the other. So, to avoid working them out to death, each player had only one chance of promotion every year. In other words, if Felix didn't win this promotion game, he would need to wait an entire year before attempting again. He had no such thoughts. Check the players, there will be at least 10 champions if not more. Lady Sphinx said with a faint eager smile. Who could blame her for being this eager? 10 champions meant 10 primogenitors participating in a bet or at least 6 with multiple champions in one game. Whatever it was, they present a chance to get the maniacal monoliths from their hands. Chapter 1043 Betting Her Reputation. Felix pressed on the participants list and was met with golden color bright enough it almost blinded him. / The Bishop, Heavenly Turtle Empyrean rank 489 / win rate 94%. The Snake Charmer, Spirit Fox Empyrean rank 498 / win rate 91%. Nocturne, Royal Green Dragon Empyrean rank 490 / win rate 95%. Singularity, Astrian Empyrean rank 494 / win rate 89%. Unpaid Landlord, Human, Peak Radiant rank / win rate 100%. Nidal, Pandian Empyrean rank 491 / win rate 88%. Night Guard N33, Official Killer Bee N15 Empyrean rank 477 / win rate 91%. Soul Cutter, Spider-Kin Peak Radiant rank / win rate 83%. You guessed it correctly. Felix said as he stared at the list that had at least third of it shimmering with golden names. Not bad, there are 2 Sirens champions, 1 Sheriff's champions, 1 Saurus champion, and even that Skunk Kumihos champion. Lady Sphinx named a few with a satisfied expression. She knew that a couple of them were still holding into monoliths whether in the open or in secret. As expected, all 5 Empyrean ranked players are represented. Felix commentated. He already knew that all the top 500 players in the platform were represented by one of the primogenitors. It didn't even matter whether they were their descendants or not. For example, Siren and Kumiho shared representation on the hive race within the Empyrean rank even though they also had their descendants. I have just received a call from Aspidakelone. Lady Sphinx suddenly shared, he wanted us to meet in the morning to discuss the wager. All right. This will be fun. Thor snickered, it's been a while since we have humiliated those retards. Thor naturally referred to the Darkin faction as Saurus also had an Empyrean champion representing him. In the past 3 games, Felix hadn't met with any of the Darkin faction's champions, which saddened his masters greatly. They really wanted to see their ugly faces when Felix run them down with his new strength. Save your energy for the meeting. Lady Sphinx said. Are we invited as well? Felix inquired. Yes. Damn. Felix sighed. Ever since he almost got sexually assaulted by Kumiho, he dreaded meeting with her again. Alas, he couldn't reject an invitation sent to him by Aspidakelone. The next morning, Felix could be seen standing behind Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Hormungandr in a spacious ancient living room that was built completely out of soil, even though everything looked brownish. it still had an artistic feel to it. Just like Felix, the other 10 champions were situated behind their ancestors and sponsors. This had made the spacious living room seem somewhat crowded since the numbers of the primogenitors weren't few. There were Aspidicelone, Saurus, Kumiho, Siren, Cherif, and Jorgamo added to Felix's 3 masters. How about we jump straight into the subject? Aspidicelone gave an elderly kind smile as he eyed everyone. You guys know what I want? Lady Sphinx said in a straightforward manner, not wanting to waste time as well. Are you planning to bet something interesting this time for it? Kumiho smiled charmingly as she winked at Felix. I might consider betting my 3 monoliths if you placed your cutie in the bet. Felix felt shivers run through his spine at her playful eyes. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even need such a condition as he would offer himself as a slave to Kumiho. Alas, Felix had seen real beauty so much, he merely felt scared for his little general if he ever landed in the hands of that fox. Be serious, or I won't be addressing you any further in this meeting. Lady Sphinx said bluntly while giving Kumiho a cold stare. Sheesh, don't you know that you will get wrinkles under your eyes if you are always so serious? Kumiho giggled. Coming from you, I don't doubt it. Lady Sphinx fired back. Is that so? Kumiho's playful expression was nowhere to be seen after hearing so. It was clear that Lady Sphinx implied that she must be experienced in wrinkles to advise her about them. For Kumiho, her only reversed scale was always taking jabs at her refined beauty. I am willing to place 3 monoliths in the line. Kumiho smiled coldly, the only thing I want from you is a public apology in the council. It will be written by me. Kumiho, you are taking it too far. Aspidicelone frowned. Aspidicelone, stay out of this. Saurus backed Kumiho with a faint smirk, let the ladies handle their own problems. It might seem that Kumiho's request was foolish and not worth the 3 monoliths, but in the eyes of the primogenitors, there was no comparison between the 2 bets. Primogenitors had already finished the main quest in the lives and were doing the side quests now. So, who would throw his pride, honor in front of their peers for the sake of material goods? The only thing primogenitors would never risk losing was their reputation and pride within their circle. Master, you don't have. Before Felix could finish his sentence, Lady Sphinx said with a firm tone, I accept. This shocked both the primogenitors and the champions alike as they had never expected that Lady Sphinx's obsession with monoliths would be this deep. Accept what? I don't think my fellow friends have heard you correctly. Kumiho leaned closer to Lady Sphinx while having her hand against her ear. I will apologize to you in the council if I lose the bet. Lady Sphinx mouthed the words one by one with a frigid stare. And recorded. Kumiho giggled as she started to fiddle around with audio before playing it out loud. I apologize to you, I apologize to you, I apologize to you. This sentence kept repeating over and over again with Lady Sphinx's own voice. Good, settle with that. You already know that you have no hope to win this game. Unaffected, Lady Sphinx merely replied in a calm manner. Tisk, you're so boring. Kumiho clicked her tongue in criticism and deleted the audio. She merely wanted to provoke Lady Sphinx, but she was too composed to fall for such tricks. Cough, how about you guys start placing your bets? Aspidicelone swiftly tried to change the subject. He prepared himself to mediate between the Asgardian faction and the Darkin faction, yet trouble came from another source. You ladies have really risen the wager by a lot. Chafur was the first to announce, I'm willing to place Resolution Feather, Desire's Cube, and Cup of Doom. That's good collection, but you still need to add more to match 3 monoliths. Thor said. Lady Sphinx's bet wasn't mentioned since it was between her and Kumiho. The others had nothing to gain from it, which meant that Lady Sphinx still had to place a real bet. How about corruption texts? That will do. Next Siren placed 6 treasures since she had 2 champions in this game, she was followed by Jorgamo, Saurus, and finally Aspidicelone. Still, no one placed as many treasures as Felix's masters. They put a total of 10 exclusive and ancient treasures added to Lady Sphinx's apology. This is really a healthy amount of pressure. Asna chuckled as she eyed Felix's deadpan expression. Although Felix was confident in his strength, he knew that many variables might arise that could foil all of his plans and make him lose the game. He really didn't want to make Lady Sphinx lose face before her peers. Don't think too much about it and just play as always. Lady Sphinx comforted him with a faint smile. You have been through much worse situations and always came in top. I promise that I will give it my all. Felix assured with a stern tone. For his master to put her reputation in her hand really made him understand how much she trusted him. I know you will. How about we spice up the wager even more? Saurus suddenly suggested. Even more than this? Haven't we put enough in the pool? Siren remarked. I am not talking about that. Saurus said, I want to make the condition to win the game a bit harder for our kids. Felix and the rest of the champions all had a change of expression at the sound of that. In their eyes, 11 champions with such a high caliber contesting for one goal was already hard enough. Too bad, they had no say in this meeting. How about we eliminate champions from the bet if they left the arena even once? Saurus proposed, they can still win after, but it wouldn't count towards the bet if they exited the arena. That does sound a bit interesting. Cherif supported. Why not? My champions had no thoughts of leaving the arena in the first place. Same. Neither the primogenitors nor the players seemed too bothered by the added condition. In their minds, they were all planning to never let go of the crown the moment they put it on top of their heads. Then, consider it added. Aspidicelone said while standing up. The rest of the primogenitors stood up as well, knowing that it was the cue for the end of the meeting. They wished each other good luck and started teleporting away one by one until only Aspidicelone and his champions remained. Do not embarrass me. Aspidicelone remarked calmly as he eyed his champions. In this game, he was the sole primogenitor with 2 Empyrean-ranked players representing him. One was the Pandian Nidal, and the other was the Heavenly Turtle, the Bishop. One of us will win the bet even if it meant working together. Nidal expressed with a composed expression. Unlike normal Pandians that resembled Humanoid pandas greatly, this one looked more like an American black bear with 2 long fangs protruding from his mouth. The bishop nodded his head lazily in approval. One last thing, don't underestimate that human. Aspidicelone warned them before leaving the room. Both of them nodded with a serious look, even without being told. None of them dared to underestimate Felix after watching his last Radiant-ranked games. In fact, in this game, Felix was believed to be one of the highest potential players to win it. Even the gambling dins placed low odds on Felix, fearing to suffer from a massive lose. Felix had truly gone through a lot to reach this stage, where he was considered as a potential winner instead of the underdog. Chapter 1044 Faster than the camera. After the preparation period ended, the players were all summoned to the game hall. Since this was an important individual game, Felix had kept the tradition alive by playing poker with his tenants before the game to increase his luck. It never hurt to have the goddess of luck in your side. Shit, that's landlord, just the sight of him sends shivers down my spine. Tell me about it, have you watched his latest game? He split a black royal dragon in half with his bare hands. I am not gonna lie, but he scares me more than the Empyrean-ranked players. The instant Felix teleported inside the game hall, chatter broke between the peak Radiant players. While the champions had a stoic expression as they glanced in Felix's direction, the normal players kept looking at him like he was the boogeyman. Who could blame them? Felix had truly left a memorable impression on everyone in his previous 3 games as he went completely wild with his physical strength. In a few moments, the game's judge had arrived and introduced himself to everyone. Greetings, my name is Vinalinaran and I will be your judge. Even winged elves are interested in becoming an MC. What a strange career path for him. Felix wondered as he eyed a fair-skinned winged elf, who had a faint smile on his pink lips, with his long wavy pink hair and pistachio green eyes, anyone would mistake him for a beautiful girl. I don't think there is anything to explain about the game, so any questions? Just one, can abilities leave the premise of the arena? No, there is an invisible barrier that keeps everything contained. So, none of the abilities will leave the arena or enter them. It was clearly done like this to avoid having players from the outside harm the ones on the inside or vice versa. Instead of just penalizing the act, they made it impossible to even try it. This would give a peace of mind for the players on both ends. After the question was asked, no one spoke again. They had already studied about this game and learned almost everything about it, even that question was just to double-check. Nothing? Good. Vinali nodded in approval before sharing. For those interested, this game has a long historical title called the Unmovable Crowned King. If you want to get it, you just need to hold into the crown longer than the current player with the title. Vinali paused for a second before adding, the record is 2 hours and 46 minutes. It's being held by none other than the current Elder Dragon. As expected of the GOAT. I will be happy to just win the game and finally get promoted. This is my 5th shot at it. No one reacted to the information as they had already read about it during their search. When they first found it, all of them were left speechless and awed by Elder Dragon's strength to pull off such a feat. The game lasted for 3 hours. Yet, he kept the crown for 2 hours and 46 minutes. That's an insane duration when considering that he was being hunted down by 29 players in a sealed arena and without his ability to cast flame orbs. Time to piss off that lizard. Felix smiled coldly. Landlord. 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 As always, Felix opened his eyes on top of the arena while basking under a perfected harmonious chant by his fans. At this point, it was simply impossible for any player to match Felix's fans' energy and numbers because of his race. In those high-leveled games, only races with humble numbers possessed the strength to participate. The other races like slimes, humans, goblins, and such might possess unimaginable numbers, but they had never ever dreamed of stepping foot in Radiant rank. The only race that was an exception was the Hive race as their numbers surpassed even the humans, but they weren't too interested in watching such games. In fact, even the players themselves were joining those games by the orders of the Hive Queen to keep her race interacting with all platforms available. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets wisely, as today's game result will be unpredictable. Vinali commentated out loud, hyping up the spectators even more. I know who I am betting on. 13 wins in a row, 4 more to go. 13 wins in a row, 4 more to go. 13 wins in a row, 4 more to go. A new chant erupted immediately as most Felix's fans started betting on him like crazy akin to crackheads. Vinali might have said that the results were unpredictable, but in the eyes Felix's fans? This was nothing but another game in the bag and another chance to earn some money. More than 30% of Felix's fans were turned filthy rich because they trusted in him from the very start and kept betting him all the time. Now, even though the odds weren't as insane as before, they still kept putting considerable sums of money on Felix's chances to emerge victorious. In a short while, Vinali kicked off the interview segment and ended it after getting most of the players' thoughts on the game. Immediately after he finished, he returned to his platform and teleported the players into their randomized corners on the island. This time, they were placed on the ground and in a perfected calculated distance from the center of the game. The island was like any other tropical island. Clear sky, a rich forest, beautiful beaches at the edges. Though, it was extremely vast, covering enough distance it could be considered as a quarter of small continent than an island. Felix had been sent to the northern side of the island. Just like everyone else, he was paused in his place, not able to move a single inch or cast an ability. The key to this game is speed and confusion. Felix thought to himself with a faint confident smirk, luckily, I have both. 3, 2, 1. Start. The instant Felix's felt his body sensations return, he stretched his hand forward and manifested more than 40 electrical rings in a straight line. Without his wings, what can he do with those? Run in them. Saurus snickered mockingly as he watched the game in the council with the rest of the primogenitors. Not everyone was here, but those interested in such a high-profiled game did attend to join the festivities. It will be really hard to reach the same speed without his wings. Erebus supported. Everyone thought the same as they knew that Felix's railgun rings were a mere speed boosters, not speed providers. In other words, they require momentum and also an uplift, so the ground wouldn't affect them. Felix already knew this as well and had created the perfect technique to replace his wings' role. Are those tentacles? Kumiho raised an eyebrow in intrigue after glancing at Felix's screen, and seeing that he had manifested two thick white adamantine pillars on opposite sides, while he stood between them with his hair turned into two long blue tentacles. Before the rest could discuss the tentacles, Felix commanded them to hold into the white adamantine pillar as tight as possible. The instant he made sure of their grip, Felix walked back, causing the tentacles to stretch into a gum. He kept pulling and pulling until the tentacles reached their stretching limit, then he narrowed his eyes at the line of railgun rings and smirked faintly, release. Whoosh! ZLZLZZLZLZLZLZ. In the blink of an eye, Felix went through the 40 railguns and received one of the craziest speed boost he had ever achieved. He was so fast, by the time the camera caught up to him, he was already standing close to the center of the white clean arena with a mystical holographic golden crown on top of his head. Only smoke and path of destruction was left behind him. If it wasn't for the trees and boulders in his path, Felix would have actually reached the other end of the island. Was that enough for you? Thor replied mockingly as he eyed Sora's startled expression. Ha ha ha. As expected of that little brat, he always comes up with the weirdest utilization to his abilities. Erebus laughed joyfully. I am with you on this. Siren smiled wryly, who would have thought that he would use his hair and pillars as a slingshot to build momentum. Unlike their civilized reaction, Felix's fans went absolutely bonkers at the sight of Felix, wearing the game crown in the first 3 seconds of the game. Dear Lord! The other players haven't even 10% of the distance yet. Vinali exclaimed loudly, they are in for a shock real soon. The instant Vinali finished his commentary, Queen AI announced throughout the entire island. Landlord is in possession of the crown, the points will be rewarded each second starting now. Chapter 1045 Catch Me Loaf You Can. This had truly taken every player by surprise, making them doubt their ears. How? There is more than 1,000 kilometers separating us from the arena. Singularity frowned, didn't he already lose his wings, which were his main source of speed? She had analyzed Felix's latest games and saw that he had never utilized his railguns due to his wings' absence. This made her assume that she would be the fastest champion to get the crown since she was using gravity in her favor to increase her speed. *T, this really ruined my master plan greatly. Singularity cursed and tried to push herself even harder to reach the arena and attempt to steal the crown from Felix before the others arrive. Nocturne, the Bishop, Nidal, and the other champions were also forced to push themselves to the limit, knowing that Felix was getting ahead of them with each second wasted. Unbeknownst to them, getting the crown was merely Felix's first step in his master plan. Hey! What is he doing? Why did he grow that big? Dismayed exclamations echoed throughout the stadium and the chat rooms as everyone eyed Felix turning into a colossal titan. He was clouded within a suit of poisonous black mist, making him resemble a demonic god with his dark/blue hair and red eyes. He had already crossed hundreds of meters in size, making him visible as a tiny dot for some players in the sky. Before anyone could react, Felix extended his palms forward at the ground and murmured to himself, Lagoon Cemetery. A flood of bloodish red water was projected from his palms and most of his pores, making him resemble a mountain with hundreds of waterfalls on his body. There was so much water being discharged, it already spread out to the edges of the arena in less than half a minute. This happened while the arena had at least tens of kilometers as a radius. What the hell is going on? The viewers had no idea what to think of this as everything was new to them. No one had any clue that Felix's new element was related to water since he hadn't used a single thing related to his Kraken's bloodline. After all, he wasn't dumb to expose his trump cards and give his next opponents intel about him when he could win without using them. Why is he filling the arena with water? Does he want to turn it into his favorite environment? And for the love of God, someone tells me why is his water red? Vinali fired off multiple questions that clouded not only his mind but every other spectator. Even the primogenitors left confused by the strange color of the water. Are we missing something here? Siren wondered as she eyed Lady Sphinx. We know that water is colorless and adapt to the environment, but how is it red when the arena is clearly white and the sky is blue? You will see soon enough. Thor replied with a faint grin as he watched the arena get turned into a red pool. The invisible barrier helped contain the red water since it was considered as an elemental ability. This made it seem like the water was floating at the edges of the arena as it kept increasing in height. I don't know what Felix is up to, but he has to stop and take cover right away. Elnora expressed as she eyed the fast approaching players. They were none other than the 5 Empyrean ranked champions. The green dragon Nocturne could be seen flying from the western side in his humanoid form while being pushed by jets made out of green flames. On his right side, the fanged black Pandion, Night Owl had a much unique movement ability as he was using the neutral energy around him to launch himself forward. This made him seem like he was sprinting through the air. On the opposite side, Singularity and Nightguard N33 could be seen flying one behind the other. Singularity relied on her gravity while Nightguard utilized his insane telekinesis powers to fly just as fast as those 3 monsters. The bishop was the slowest of them all as he was traveling underground, yet, he was still much faster than the rest of the peak Radiant players. As expected, their speed is really incomparable with peak Radiant players. Felix thought to himself as he eyed all 5 Empyrean ranked players with his infrared vision. Even though he could see that it would take them merely 10 seconds to arrive, he still hadn't reduced his size or stopped filling up the arena. Time to step it up. Instead, Felix committed even harder by manifesting a humongous circular barrier around him that was created out of white adamantine. The barrier was filled with holes, giving out access to the water. Since the quantity released couldn't be completely contained within the barrier, the water emerging from the holes was turned into deadly hydro streams by the insane pressure. There were thousands of them being emitted non-stop, capable of cutting through even metals, especially when the water was infused with deconstruction attribute. However, this hadn't fazed those 5 monsters even a bit. Tisk, childish attempt. Singularity snickered as she dashed inside the arena without an ounce of hesitation. The instant she entered, she was assaulted by tens of massive hydro streams. However, immediately after entering her manipulation range, they started to slow down until they halted completely and kept floating in the air as giant water bubbles. Even though she was a low-ranked Empyrean player, her gravity manipulation range was already over 5 kilometers. The other 4 monsters had their own ways in dealing with the hydro streams as well. Night Owl created a neutral energy barrier around him that deflected the hydro streams away from his direction. This took little to no effort. Nightguard N33 did the same but with his telekinesis. As for Nocturne and the Bishop, they allowed themselves to get hit by it, trusting in their scales to protect them completely. Why does it tickle? Did he add something to the water? However, soon enough they realized that their scales started itching them after being touched by the water. When they glanced at them, they were left stunned by the sight of their scales getting deconstructed. It was a slow process, but it was happening. This made them take the water more seriously and shield themselves against it. Did Landlord mix poison with his water to alert even a heavenly turtle and a royal dragon? Vinali commentated. Most of the viewers thought the same and even believed it to be the reason for the water turning red. Singularity and the others had no interest in knowing about any of this as they focused only on removing the crown from Felix's head. So, the moment they reached him, they attempted to break through the adamantine barrier. Nocturne started ahead of them by breathing condensed beam of green fire at one of the holes. He wanted to take advantage of them and kill Felix when he least expected it. Because the water was already emerging from the hole, this caused a red cloud of fog to emerge from their contact. Unfortunately, the water was nowhere able to block the green fire beam, giving it free access inside the barrier. When the others saw through their unique visions that condensed green beam had landed on Felix's colossal body, they refrained from doing anything and just watched from a distance. In their eyes, why bother waste their energy when one of their opponents was already helping them out? This is a bit too peculiar. There is no way landlord is dumb enough to allow himself to get hit by a soul-burning fire beam so easily. Night Owl knitted his eyebrows. He wasn't convinced at all about the smoothness of their assault. His doubts were shared by even the primogenitors, who knew that Felix was too shrewd to put himself in such a bad position. They were absolutely right. This should buy me a minute or two before they come to their senses. Felix thought to himself as kept drinking a pinkish liquid. The liquid was none other than normal poison with soul-healing sacred attribute. Felix had allowed himself to get hit by the green fire beam since he knew that his fire immunity would protect him physically. As for the soul-burning effect, he was healing the damage done to his soul before it could even turn painful. Neither the players nor the viewers had any idea about his fire immunity or his soul-healing attribute. This made them assume that he was bound to give up eventually when the pain turned too much to handle. Alas, seconds went by and then a minute, nothing changed but rising water's level and those monsters' patience drying out. How is he surviving for this long? Am I hitting him or not? Nocturne was too stunned by Felix's tenacity, he started to doubt if he had lost his soul-burning attribute. If even the owner had grown this antsy, there was no need to mention the others. Damn it, I guess I have to do everything by myself. Just as Singularity finally snapped and planned to lift the entire F***ing white adamantine barrier, the water stopped being released. It was followed by the adamantine barrier breaking into light barriers and Felix's size shrinking rapidly until he returned into his original size. When the fog was cleared out, only a smooth spherical white ball was seen hovering on water. Felix was sitting within the sphere in a chair while wearing a crystallized seatbelt around his waist. Catch me if you can. Felix sent a telepathic message to the 5 Empyrean players, making them flinch a little. They could feel Felix's absolute confidence behind that statement, and they didn't like it one bit. You just made it easier for me to throw you outside the arena. Singularity sneered as she called out, gravitational pull. The white ball lifted in the air and started approaching Singularity under the confused eyes of the viewers, who had no idea what the hell Felix did all of this for. I don't think so. Felix smiled faintly as he snapped his finger. Without warning, hundreds of gigantic red tentacles emerged from the water throughout the entire arena. Whoosh! The nearest water tentacle to Felix rushed in his direction and held him tightly before pulling him away from the stunned Singularity. Then, it threw Felix to another tentacle that was kilometers away from Singularity before it was caught by another tentacle. Everyone was left utterly speechless by this unimaginable sight, having absolutely no idea how to react. Chapter 1046 Anytime soon, anytime soon. Haha. As expected of that brat. Erebus laughed in amusement and fascination after figuring out Felix's strategy. I never thought that I will see Kraken's water tentacles ever be used like this. Siren remarked speechlessly. While the viewers and the players were confused out of their wits at Felix's ability to control those water tentacles from such a distance, the primogenitors knew exactly what set of abilities he used. It was a combination of a passive called Tentacles Senses Sharing and an active ability called Oceanic Tentacles. Oceanic Tentacles allowed Felix to manifest as many tentacles as he wanted as long as he was nearby a water surface. Those tentacles could reach hundreds of meters if not bigger. They were not destructible since they were made out of water. As for his passive, it allowed him to connect his hair mutation with the water tentacles. This made it possible for him to control those water tentacles just as good as he did with his hair. You can't run for long. Night Owl was the first to break out of his daze and charge towards Felix by kicking the air, resembling a martial artist from wuxia dramas. The moment he was about to make Felix enter his manipulation range, the water tentacle hurled Felix as far as possible before it was caught again by another one. So annoying! Night Owl growled after seeing that Felix was already many kilometers away from him. When he checked the entire arena and saw that there were hundreds of tentacles, he knew that Felix would be able to play him like a fool if he kept chasing him on his own. Luckily for him, the rest of the players started showing up near the arena one by one, leaving behind only a few slower ones. What are you doing? Enter already and tighten the surrounding spaces. He shouted at all the players while using his neutral energy to boost his voice. Just because you're an Empyrean it doesn't make you our boss to order us around. A giant humanoid black and white orca sneered. He was carrying a trident and had a crown made out of water on top of his head. This was Bane Monster, Siren's second champion and part of the marine races. Because of the Kraken's death, Siren had taken almost all the marine races under her wing, giving her many strong races to be used as representatives in the games. I gotta salute Landlord, he really did me a big solid by setting the stage for me. Bane Monster smirked as he dove within the Red Lagoon, having full confidence that he would dominate the game in his favorite environment. Alas, the instant his body was engulfed within the water, it was assaulted by the deconstruction effect, causing Bane Monster to go through a hellish agony. Without an ounce of hesitation, he jumped back like a shrimp thrown into boiling oil, attempting to get outside the arena. Unfortunately, he ended up slamming against an invisible barrier. Because of the agony, he completely forgot that players couldn't leave the arena for 5 minutes after entering. Left with no choice, Bane Monster jumped above the surface of the lagoon, causing the viewers and the players to suck a cold deep breath in fear at the sight of his red flesh completely exposed. It was like he was thrown into a pool of acid that was 100 times more potent. After he got out, Bane Monster used his remaining sanity to cast 2 water jets from his feet. This caused him to create enough pressure to resist gravity and remain above the water surface. Then, he cleaned his entire body from the remaining deconstructing water on him, and drank rank 5 healing potion that restored his body back to its perfect form almost instantaneously. Only then did the pain finally settled, and his expression had been eased a bit. Landlord. F***CKUU. Naturally, his first instinct after going through this hellish experience was to curse out Felix and his abnormal abilities. Not in his wildest dreams would he assume that water would have such a deadly deconstruction attribute. He lived his entire life in water and seen many colors for it, making him believe that it wasn't such a big deal as others took it. As for the watercolor being attributed to poison, it was honestly a laughable thought in his mind since it was simply impossible for poison to remain potent after being diluted by this insane quantity of water. It was like poisoning a sea in a short few minutes. Even if Felix was that monstrous, he knew that was impossible to achieve in such a short time. Looks like most players are hesitate about entering the arena after seeing Banemonster's horrible experience. Vinali commentated as he displayed the stern looks of the players outside the arena. Naturally, players capable of flight didn't really seem to care about the water as they flew inside the arena and joined the chase after Felix. The others had to think of creative ways to avoid being touched by the water. Most of those players created thick armor around themselves using their own elements and stepped inside the arena. While the armor was being eaten away, they started creating their own small safety area. For the Vulcans, they spew an insane amount of lava that ended up evaporating the water and turning the lava into a small earthen bed. Heavenly turtles did the same but with hardened soil. Naturally, the deconstruction effect kept assaulting their platforms continuously, but it didn't matter much since they easily could recover the lost parts. As expected of an individual game, no one went an extra limb to help the others. Vinali said. All the players within the arena had no intentions of getting rid of the water at all. They were satisfied with just creating a footing for themselves. As for those with flight capabilities, they weren't even bothered. It was natural behavior since everyone's elemental energy was finite, unlike Felix, who could recover it for 3 of his elements. No one was dumb enough to go all out and clear out kilometers of water just so their opponents could benefit from it. Felix had already anticipated as much when he created the lagoon. At the moment, he could be seen being chased by at least 10 players in the air. However, they were nowhere close to catch him or harm him. Hudush! Thud! Another hit! Vinali shouted as he watched the crystallized sphere getting hurled into the air after being smashed by a giant molten meteor. The meteor exploded into a fiery of flames while the crystallized white sphere emerged unscathed from the collision. However, it couldn't resist the force from the collision and ended up having its trajectory changed towards the edges of the arena. Most of the players had their eyes brightened by the sight, knowing that if Felix got kicked out of the arena, the crown would be placed randomly on top of another player. Sadly, they had forgotten one tiny important rule: elemental abilities couldn't leave the arena. Tying. The crystallized sphere bounced back off the invisible barrier and got caught by water tentacle under the despaired looks of the players. They can't harm him, they can't kick him, and they can't catch him. If they don't work together real soon, the game might end in Landlord's favor. Jorgamo remarked. I doubt his elemental capacity can support this strategy for another half an hour. Kumiho smiled calmly, not too bothered by the fact that Felix was stealing the show and might even win this. True, just the lagoon alone should be draining him a ton each second, and he has to cancel it if he wants to avoid becoming useless for the rest of the game. Siren supported. It was a logical assumption to make since the lagoon stretched for tens of kilometers and was a couple of meters deep. Even the Empyrean players believed so. This was the only reason they were holding off creating an alliance with each other to deal with Felix. As Empyrean players, they were too proud to hold each other's hands just to deal with one player before exhausting all of their options. Unfortunately, this decision was going to cost them immensely as the chase continued for more than 15 minutes without any positive results. The only time they got close to catching Felix was when he was about to enter Singularity's gravity field. Landlord has collected 100,000 points. Congratulations for this milestone. Queen AI announcing Felix's points every 5 minutes didn't make it any easier for the players to remain patient. He should cancel his ability anytime soon, anytime soon. Landlord has collected 120,000 points. Congratulations for this milestone. Anytime soon. Landlord has collected 140,000 points. Congratulations for this milestone. Screw this. In the end, Nocturne was the first to finally crack under Queen AI's announcements. He stopped chasing Felix immediately and flew as low as he could. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, he turned into his towering dragon form and started breathing a torrent of greenish flames at the water. As a proud dragon, his first thought was naturally to use flame orbs to settle his irritation, but since they were banned, he could only attempt to evaporate the red lagoon. When the players noticed this, their eyes brightened up at the notion that the water would be getting rid of without them needing to waste their energy. No one even bothered to think of assisting Nocturne. I guess it's time to move to step 2. Felix smirked faintly as he eyed the tremendous amount of fog rise within the arena. Chapter 1047 Silent Associations. To be considered as a great schemer, one was required to anticipate 10 moves ahead of his opponents and all sorts of variables that might pop off. The dragons and Vulcans attempting to evaporate the Red Lagoon was an anticipated move by Felix, and he added it into his plan. On the exterior, nothing much changed as Felix continued playing catch with the white sphere and the tentacles. However, unbeknownst to the players, Felix had created an exact copy of himself out of crystals and placed it in his original spot. Then, he drank a rank 5 potion called Absolute Invisibility that was concocted personally by him. This potion ensured that Felix wouldn't be traced by any kind of sensory ability for more than an hour. Yet, the real kicker that separate this potion from other similar low-ranked ones, was the fact that it provided a sort of silencer aura around him, which isolated sound completely. This effect was never seen before, as this was from a secret recipe created by Lady Sphinx. After the effect was in place, Felix produced electricity through his fingers and channeled it within the Humaniad crystal golem through a small hole. The moment its interior body was full covered in electricity, Felix closed down all the holes, entrapping the electricity within. Then, he bestowed life upon it and ordered, "Keep moving your limbs periodically." The golem nodded his head in understanding and began doing so immediately, making him resemble a drunk idiot. Felix facepalmed and moved on with his plan, knowing that this would do just all right. Now, we wait. Felix waited patiently next to the sphere's wall, leaving his original place to his golem. This naturally confused the viewers about his intentions for doing this. Only the sharpest ones managed to connect the dots the instant they noticed that the red fog was starting to fill up the entire arena. Don't tell me he is planning to exit his barrier and start assassinating the players by taking advantage of the fog. Siren raised her eyebrows in astonishment. Well, he did block others' sensory abilities on him and even used a decoy to fool everyone. Erebus remarked, "It's a risky play, but if he pulled off, he will have free rein to lower the numbers of players before getting found out." Splash! The moment he finished speaking, the white sphere smashed into the water within the fog for a few moments. Chance! Most of the nearby players had their eyes brightened up at the notion that the white sphere speed would be slowed immensely within the water. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, a much bigger tentacle emerged from the water while having the white sphere within it. Then, it threw it outside the fog, causing the irritated players to curse out Felix and start their chase yet again. "Oh God! They have really been fooled!" Elnora exclaimed in shock as she watched everyone targeting the white sphere, not realizing that Felix was hidden deep underwater. "How can they find out?" Selpha smiled. The decoy was producing heat throughout its entire body, which gives it a Humaniad red aura for the players with infrared vision. For Singularity and Night Owl to be fooled as well, it looks like Felix had made the decoy to have his exact body weight and produce enough elemental energy. In this game, there were only 3 kinds of visions: elemental vision, gravitational waves detection, and lastly infrared vision. Felix's decoy was so perfect, it countered all of them. The fact that Felix's water tentacles could be controlled at any distance due to its use of his mental energy, made him capable of continuing to hurl the white sphere from tentacle to another even when he wasn't inside of it. "It's time." Deep underwater, Felix snapped his eyes open after noticing that the red fog had covered half of the arena. As silent as a ghost, he lied down on his stomach and created a sniper rifle V3. Then, he placed it in front of him, making him resemble a marine sniper camouflaged amidst active shooting. "Separation dome!" he mew-mewed. Immediately, a thin crystallized dome was built around him. Cancel. Next, Felix got rid of the water within the dome by cancelling the separated portion of the water from the main lagoon. This was more or less the same as creating 3 poison bombs and cancelling one while leaving 2. As long as abilities were separated, they were treated individually. Now, that the water wasn't bothering him anymore, Felix manifested the railgun rings around the sniper's rifle's barrel. Then, he opened a tiny hole in the dome and pushed only the closed-shut muzzle through it. True poison bullets. Finally, Felix reached the last piece of the puzzle. A crystallized 12 mm hollow bullets that were filled with nothing but liquefied dark purplish poison. "Let's hunt some sitting ducks first." Felix smiled sinisterly as he placed the poison bullets within the sniper's chamber. Then, he aimed the muzzle at players, who were inactive within the fog. There were quite a number of them since not everyone was capable of flight, forcing them to play passively. What the hell is Landlord up to? Won't the noise expose him? Vinali was completely thrown off by Felix's setup just like the majority of the viewers. They assumed that he would be assassinating the players by relying on his physical strength and axe, but he had to go for this much stealthier but complex route. Furthermore, how can he even aim properly when the muzzle is affixed in one position like th? Before Vinali could finish his sentence, he was forced to swallow the rest at the sight of crystallized dome rotating slowly to the right akin to a tank's torrent. He is really quite witty. Everyone was left amazed by Felix's ingenious thought process. It didn't come to their minds at all that he could simply rotate the dome and his aiming problem would be solved. The noise will still give him away thou, hey? What has happened? Yet again, Vinali realized that he had spoken too soon as the gun had fired the bullet and not a single sound wave was released. If it wasn't for the gun's recoil and sudden flash of light, no one would have even imagined that Felix had fired. When Vinali finally broke out of his daze and traced the bullet, he was dumbfounded to see Baneminster's shrunken purplish corpse getting deconstructed as it lied on the water surface. He was killed instantly and silently, not alerting any other player. For him to get targeted first, it must have been karma for cursing out Felix before. Dear Mother Tree! This is too freaky! Vinali gulped a mouthful in fright, thoroughly ignoring his elegant elvish demeanor. His spooked reaction was shared by most viewers, who found it hard to believe that a peak Radiant player had been killed in this manner. He wasn't given even the opportunity to use a surrender coupon, which was almost impossible in those high-ranked games. How did he not produce any noise? Is it water ability related or because of that potion? Aspidic alone wondered. Even the primogenitors weren't too familiar with Lady Sphinx's catalogue of potions, especially, rank 5 ones and below, as they had no use for them. The potion? Lady Sphinx answered, finding no reason to withhold such information. What an interesting effect. Siren sighed in disappointment, though, did he have to start with my champion? You don't have to feel bad. Thor remarked with a faint smirk, my boy isn't planning on stopping here. As he mentioned. 1 down, 29 to go. Felix smiled coldly as he rotated the dome to face another stationary player within the fog. In a rapid fashion, he blew up his head the instant the muzzle aligned with his target. Just like Bane Monster, his corpse began to deconstruct by the fog and the water, erasing all evidence of Felix's assassination. Another 1 down. Don't tell me Landlord is planning to eliminate all the players like this. Vinali exclaimed loudly, if he pulled it off, he would be adding another unimaginable achievement and push his rank upward in the Hall of Fame. Chapter 1048 Finding Out the Truth. The commentator is tripping, there is no way that's even remotely possible. Enir sneered, the lagoon is being reduced by large quantities each second. He won't be able to hide underwater for so long. Enir might be salty about Felix, but what he said was indeed logical. Without the water, there would be no tentacles, which would get Felix's decoy to get caught immediately. When Felix's sham get exposed, the players would go all out to find him inside the fog. As for the deconstruction effect, it was easier to block in its mist form. Felix knew this as well, which made him work more efficiently in his assassinations. Another 1 bite the dust. And another. Landlord might be quick, but his choice of his prey is really too dear lord. Another 1 down. Neither Vinali nor the viewers were able to keep up with Felix's hunting speed as he was popping off heads left and right. If the bullet wasn't enough to kill some tough players, the true poison would make them regret not getting one's oath. What's more surprising was the fact that Felix was maintaining this hunting pace while he was constantly changing his location every half a minute. Naturally, he couldn't break the rules, otherwise, he would get kicked out of the arena for an entire hour as well as receive a nasty debuff. They decided to help. Felix frowned after noticing that the other 3 peak Radiant Royal Dragons in the arena were also breathing fire at the water. They finally had enough of that useless goose chase and joined Nocturne in eradicating the lagoon. This is bad news for Landlord. Venila commentated, by the looks of it, he merely has 2 minutes at best before his lagoon get turned into mist thoroughly. Unfortunately, his prediction wasn't even close. Time to end this. Singularity stopped chasing as well and floated above the remaining exposed area of the arena. Then, she extended her palms at the red water and yelled, "Rise!" Splash! Splash! An entire area of 3 kilometers of water started to float slowly in the air, separating from the rest. As for the water tentacles, they were also under the influence of the gravity, forcing to remain static. Gravity was simply the absolute counter to water, as its flexibility and softness made it hard for it to resist even a bit of it. After the water was lifted, Singularity brought her palms together and shouted again, "Condense!" Under the stunned eyes of the viewers, 3 kilometers of the lagoon started to shrink in size while growing thicker into a sphere. In less than a couple of seconds, it became an enormous red water sphere floating in the sky of the arena. Yet, she wasn't done. "I will leave it to you." Singularity pushed the water sphere straight into Nocturne's flames, causing it to get evaporated much faster. When Nidal, the bishop, and the rest of the players saw this, they realized that it would be impossible to catch Felix with just them. So, instead of remaining passive and allowing Felix to collect free points, they might as well fasten the process. The bishop picked another empty area and used his earth manipulation to seal a large portion of the lagoon within a hardened cube. Nidal and the others also used their own unique method to deal with their portions of the lagoon. This is probably one of the first times I see all the players actively working together without needing a contract. Vinali expressed in astonishment. While he was astonished, Felix was left at loss for words at everyone's silent cooperation to deal with his ability. He wasn't happy about it at all. F***ing hell, all that planning to kill 8. He knew that his underwater assassination strategy was ruined before it could take off. Without hesitation, Felix removed his sniper and the crystal dome. Still, he maintained the lagoon for now, since if he cancelled it, he would lose out the fog. At the moment, the fog was the only thing keeping him from getting spotted. At last, Finally, we can move freely. Find that bastard human already. With everyone's chipping in here and there, the lagoon was no more. Everyone could walk on the ground again, which was a considerable relief to most players. Though, the entire arena was covered in fog, making it extremely hard to see anything in front of them. The players weren't too bothered by this, as they had their own sensory abilities to keep track of most players. So, all of them charged simultaneously in direction of the white sphere after it lost the support of the tentacles. Singularity, being the nearest, was the first to catch it in her gravity field. "Got you." She smiled coldly as she made the white sphere experience 10 times the level of normal gravity, making it impossible to move a single inch from the ground. Still not planning on coming out, Singularity lifted the white sphere and crashed it into the arena floor by adding an insane level of gravity to it. The shockwave produced was enough to clear out the mist for hundreds of meters. Still, neither the arena nor the white sphere cracked. "Let's see how much can you handle." Boom boom boom. Not giving up, Singularity kept smashing the white sphere over and over again on the floor, knowing that even if the sphere didn't crack, Felix should be feeling the force at full. In her mind, either he gets out or his bones and flesh would be mushed up together. Meanwhile, Nidal and the rest of the players were forced to watch outside the gravity field, not wanting to experience the same fate. "This is quite embarrassing, to be honest." Aspidic alone covered his eyes, not too keen on watching this farce. Felix was chilling at the far edge of the arena while they were busy trying to kick out his decoy of the sphere. Even the viewers started feeling bad for the players, as this wasn't an image worthy of an semi-Empyrean ranked game. Boom boom boom. "Get out already, you rat." Sooner than later, Singularity was started to get pissed off yet again, as no matter how much she smashed the sphere or shook it, nothing positive happened. "Let me give it a try." Abruptly, a soft enticing voice echoed in Singularity's mind, making her calm down a bit. "Tangle Seeker, get out of my head before I start with you." Singularity warned with a cold tone. "Relax a bit, the more agitated you get, the easier you fall into that human schemes. Tangle Seeker replied softly, not fazed at all by her threat. Don't tell me what to. Can you please let me have a go? I will ensure that he will cancel his ability, and you can do whatever you want with him. Tangle Seeker interrupted her, I am not interested in winning the game as much as making this human lose, you know why? Upon hearing so, Singularity wasn't as resistant to the idea as much. She knew that Tangle Seeker and her ancestor Kumiho had a different agenda in this game. Unlike them, if Felix was kicked out of the arena or killed, Lady Sphinx would still have to apologize to Kumiho even if her champion hadn't won the game, since their bet was just between them. If it wasn't for this, Kumiho wouldn't have placed 3 monoliths on the line for a mere slight chance of an apology. She wasn't that confident in her champion to defeat everyone. Fine. In the end, Singularity opened a path for Tangle Seeker to step inside her gravity field. Unlike most spirit foxes, she had 7 tails, and they were pink. Naturally, her face was nothing but marvel and a treat to the viewers, who wished that the camera would be placed on it for the rest of the game. Unfortunately, this beautiful face ended up changing for the worst after Tangle Seeker reached the white sphere and sent out her mental waves inside. What's wrong with you? Singularity frowned. There is no one inside. Tangle Seeker remarked with a horrified look. Are you messing with me? Singularity got furious immediately, I can clearly sense his gravitational waves. I swear I am not. Tangle Seeker felt chills course on her spine at the whole spookiness of the situation. I sense absolutely not a single brain wave coming from the sphere. Either he is already dead or he isn't there in the first place. Call Midgard and he will tell you the same. Chapter 1049 Like dogs chasing after a ball. Tangle Seeker's voice was loud enough it reached the ears of the rest of the players. Is she being for real? I refuse to believe this. Landlord must have drank a potion to hide his brainwaves or something, it must be. Midgard, your mental prowess is much better than hers. Mind going to check? Nidole requested as he eyed a humanoid killer bee with horrific facial features that would send kids crying with a single look. If she permitted. Midgard answered monotonously, seeming like he wasn't bothered by Tangle Seeker's claims. I will handle her. Nidole immediately requested telepathically, Singularity, allow Midgard in to double check. We can't be wasting any more time like this. No, I am not stupid to let myself be near 2 mentalists. I will handle this on my own. Singularity rejected his proposal instantly. I don't think you are understanding me correctly. Nidole changed his tone to a more frigid one, you either let him in to handle Landlord, so we can play the damn game, or we will all rush you at once and obliterate you with the white sphere, you choose. Upon hearing his threat, Singularity was forced to look around her in worry. When she noticed that everyone had impatient and antsy expressions, she knew that Nidole wasn't lying to her one bit. The only reason the players remained outside of her gravity field was because they believed that she had what it took to deal with Felix. In their eyes, as long as the crown get taken off Felix's head, they were fine with it. However, now that the situation had developed this far, no one could wait another second. Fine. In the end, Singularity provided access to Midgard within her gravity field. Just to be safe, she kicked out the useless Tangle Seeker, so they wouldn't combine their mental attacks and enslave her. Yes, he isn't here. Midgard confirmed Tangle Seeker's claim the instant the white sphere entered his mental range. Before anyone could doubt his claim as well, Midgard walked to the white sphere and placed his palm on it. Then, he murmured calmly, disintegrate. Invisible pressuring mental waves emerged from his mind and penetrated the white sphere like it was made out of air. It did nothing to the sphere, but the golem within? He ended up cracking and breaking into smaller fragments, releasing the entrapped electricity at once. This happened while the golem was made out of white adamantine. This was the true prowess of the lowest-ranked Hive Queen's Night Guards. The infrared aura is gone. So is the elemental energy. So, we have been chasing no one for the past half an hour. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Singularity, Nocturne, Nightowl, and the rest of the players all shared one look, utter disbelief. Not one of them thought that Felix could have gotten killed since the white sphere is still active. In addition, Queen Ai made no announcement and the crown didn't change owners. All of this eluded them to finally come to the harsh realization that Felix was truly never within the white sphere. Damn, look at their pale faces, Felix is really quite the bully. Elnora sighed, feeling bad for those poor players. She knew that this was a massive blow to their ego, as the notion of having the viewers watch them chasing an empty ball was extremely humiliating. It was like they were dogs and Felix was the owner controlling the ball, making them work for it under the eyes of their fans. Landlord! Show yourself now! Nocturne howled with bloodshot eyes as he scanned the entire arena. His dragon pride made him unable to sit still while knowing that he had just made himself the butt of a joke even as an Empyrean-ranked player. Unfortunately, Felix thoroughly ignored his calls and his infrared vision failed to produce any results. He must have drank a sensory disabling potion. Nightowl shouted, "Spread out and dig him out from his hiding place." This time, no one spoke back at Nightowl for giving them orders. They were just too pissed off at Felix to bother with each other at the moment. Honestly, the best play at the moment for Landlord is to either leave the arena or get rid of the crown to switch the focus from him. Vinali commentated as he placed Felix on the big screen. He could be seen glued to the invisible barrier a few hundred meters in the air, giving him a full view of the entire arena and everyone in it. If Felix heard Vinali's comment, he would wholeheartedly agree with him. In the past half an hour, he had collected a great sum of points with his cunning tactics. If his opponents wanted to catch up to him, it would be extremely difficult even if they picked up the crown right now. However, Felix could neither leave the arena nor wanted to give up on the crown this early just because he had antagonized everyone. He rarely cared about titles, but he really wanted this one just to have a small sense of victory over the Elder Dragon after he humiliated him in his castle. It's about to get messy. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix released his electromagnetic grip on the invisible barrier after seeing Nocturne flying in his direction. In midair, he beamed his crescent battleaxe and coated it with true poison. The moment he was about to land on the ground, he turned his hair into a big soft tentacle and landed on it. As silent as a cat, he sprinted in direction of a 3-meter giant winter wolf, who was surrounded by small-sized snowstorm, providing him protection from the deconstruction fog. Although Felix made no noise due to the silencer aura from the potion, the winter wolf predatory instincts still tingled the instant he got too close to him. "Who's there?" He growled at the darkness of the fog while holding into an epic sword artifact that was emitting chilling air from the blade. The only response he received was a swift strike from the right side and another from the left by the two axe's blades. Shit! The instant he recognized those axe blades, the winter wolf knew that he was against the Grim Reaper himself. In a hasty motion, he bent his knees and head, causing the two axe's blades to smash against each other, sending sparkles everywhere. Hey! Why didn't they produce any sound? The winter wolf's first reaction from the ambush was actually confusion at the deafening silence around him. He realized that even his snowstorm stopped making noise. It was like everything was put on mute. "Daring to space out against me?" Felix whispered the moment he appeared behind the winter wolf, who wasn't even given the time to stand up. "Frigid spikes!" Knowing that he had no time to move away, Winter Wolf released chilling air from his palms before they shaped up instantly into sharp ice spikes emerging from the ground. Unfortunately, those spikes ended up breaking apart the instant they touched Felix's body, making it seem like they smashed into a concrete wall. With Felix's void suit as well as his insane new body defenses, it was simply impossible to harm him with such low-leveled abrupt abilities. Without hesitation, Felix grabbed the winter wolf's neck and tightened his grasp until the neck's bones turned into fragments. The moment the winter wolf sensed Felix's overwhelming and horrific physical strength, he knew that he was merely a split second away from being killed. Surrender. He gave up on the game immediately to save his life. Fortunately, Queen AI was quick enough to teleport him away before he let out his last breath. Phew, good thing that he surrendered. Felix sighed in relief as he dusted his hands. If it wasn't for the Winter Wolf being one of Fenrir's descendants, Felix would have killed him much more efficiently, not allowing him even a split second to comprehend what happened to him. Obviously, if the Winter Wolf didn't surrender, Felix would have killed him anyway to avoid having him alert the others about his location. Now, I can go all out on the others. Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously at the nearest players to him and restarted his hunt. Looks like Landlord is going after the Peak Radiant players first to clear out the board. Vinali commentated after seeing that Felix avoided the bishop and went for a player who was much further away. This is the smartest decision to make. The 5 Empyreans will put up a hard fight and end up alerting everyone about his location. Selphie supported. Elnora and the others nodded their heads in agreement as they watched Felix sneaking up on Tangle Seeker. Why does it look like he targeted her specifically? Moana titled her head in confusion. The others were confused as well since Felix had ignored another player near him and went straight for Tangle Seeker. Only the primogenitors knew what was going on as they all glanced in direction of Kumiho, wanting to see her reaction. Even an idiot would predict that Tangle Seeker wouldn't have a nice ending when Felix ambushed her with his absolute invisibility. Yet, Kumiho didn't seem too worried about her champion or the fact that she would lose out 3 monoliths for free. In fact, she was smiling charmingly, like she was confident that nothing would happen to her champion. This didn't sit well with Thor and Felix's masters as they knew that Kumiho was one of the most cunning primogenitors in their circle. Make sure to humiliate him properly, my beautiful creation. Kumiho thought to herself as she eyed Tangle Seeker's worried expression, making her resemble a lost sheep in a forest. 1050 Tangle Seeker's identity. Meanwhile, Felix could be seen fast approaching Tangle Seeker from behind. He recognized her unique bone structure. He wasn't targeting her just because of his master's bet, but also because he felt that she was one of the weakest targets near him. After all, her mental prowess was much weaker than Midgard. Felix had tested his mental defenses against Midgard and came out of it unharmed. When mentalists have their greatest weapons countered, they became mere sitting ducks. I must assassinate her in single swift motion from a distance. Felix narrowed his eyes in concentration as he tightened his grasp on the crescent battleaxe. Unlike most players, mentalists were capable of sensing brainwaves of anyone entering their mental range. Felix knew that Tangle Seeker's mental range should be at least half a kilometer. In other words, he would be found out the instant he stepped inside her mental range since his invisibility potion wasn't capable of blocking his brainwaves. This should be enough. Immediately after Felix picked the perfect spot, he zoomed in on Tangle Seeker, who was seen floating in his direction. The instant he noticed that the distance was proper, he tightened his muscles and hurled the crescent battleaxe in a straight line. He used nothing but his barbaric force. Yet, this was enough for the battleaxe to disappear from the camera and appear in front of Tangle Seeker's face in the blink of an eye. Thud. However, the noise produced in the collision wasn't as Felix had expected. The hell? How? Felix frowned after seeing that Tangle Seeker was thrown far away from the collision while his axe bounced back. He was certain that his axe should have split Tangle Seeker's in half since Spirit Fox's defenses were laughable. That's why he knew that his axe was enough to deal with her without needing to use railgun rings. He wasn't the only one taken back. Tangle Seeker actually survived that. Vinali's eyes widened in shock as he commentated, she must have used something. Knowing that an external object must be in use made Vinali focus the camera on her. As he expected, Tangle Seeker's skin could be seen cracking apart like it was made out of wax. After the process was done, she stood up with shaky feet and a green face like someone had punched the wind out of her lungs. This is clearly result of an epic grade scroll. Potions can't provide such an insane shield. Vinali concluded. He was absolutely correct, Tangle Seeker was given this scroll personally by Kumiho to help her out defend herself against Felix. Bastard, he really came for me this early. Tangle Seeker cursed as she looked in direction of the axe. She might not have seen who attacked her or even what attacked her, but she knew that no one was dumb enough to start aiming at other players without reason. Here he comes. Unfortunately, she wasn't given time to catch her breath as Felix dashed in her direction with a cold-blooded expression. He had no clue why his axe failed to kill her, and he wasn't planning to waste his time repeating the same attack. Since he was already exposed to her, he might as well take it up close and get it over with quickly. Mind Swamp. Tangle Seeker connected her hands together as she cast an invisible but pressuring thick waves around her that squished even the fog. The instant Felix stepped inside this swamp of mental waves, his speed had taken a big hit, so as his balance. That's it. However, his mind wasn't as affected as Tangle Seeker assumed, making her exclaim in shock. This attack was supposed to prioritizing crushing his brain, and if it didn't achieve that, it would at least give him the nastiest headaches ever, making it impossible for Felix to focus on anything. But what's going now was nowhere close to that, as Felix's cold-blooded expression didn't even change while pushing through the swamp. I have to admit that I am a bit taken back by your extraordinary mental defenses. Tangle Seeker commentated as she watched Felix stopping at merely 10 meters away from her. This distance might seem like a lot, but in the eyes of Felix, it was the same as standing merely an inch away from Tangle Seeker. If you are going to surrender, do it quickly and stop wasting my time. Felix proclaimed indifferently. He knew that he had already lost his chance to kill Tangle Seeker. She would always say I surrender faster than any attack he threw at her. Surrender? You are really thinking too lowly of me. Tangle Seeker giggled. I never thought a day would come when I get underestimated by a human. Felix knitted his eyebrows at her proclaim, but he wasn't really affected by it that much. He had done his research on Tangle Seeker and understood that his mental defenses were enough to make him fool around with her. However, Tangle Seeker thought otherwise. Why do you think I haven't run away or alerted others of your location? Tangle Seeker smiled coldly. You are the one entrapped with me, not the other way around. The moment she was done speaking, Tangle Seeker's sheepish and shy face was nowhere to be seen. In fact, her entire body started to change while she was releasing an insane pressuring mental waves. The moment Felix was hit by them, he felt like his brain was being smashed by a sledgehammer. Impossible. How did it break through my mental defenses as well as psychic shield? Felix couldn't believe it one bit. In his mind, no one should pose any real mental threat to him in this game. In fact, he was so confident in his mental defenses he understood that only mid-ranked Empyrean players could cause him troubles. This didn't make any sense. Hey! How does she have all of them? Don't tell me. Thor widened his eyes in shock after seeing the final transformation of Tangle Seeker. It was really worthy to be called a transformation, as Tangle Seeker was turned into a 4-meter pink fox with 9 glowing fluffy tails on her back. Her entire body oozed with grace, elegance, and profound charm that would make anyone fall over heels for her even in her fox form. His reaction was shared by most primogenitors, who turned to look at Kumiho immediately. He, you guessed correct. Kumiho giggled while covering her mouth. She is my latest secret daughter. Only now did the primogenitors understood why she was never bothered by whatever Felix did. They knew that as the biological daughter of a primogenitor, she had inherited most of her qualities. Just the fact that she possessed 9 tails was enough to let them know that it would be extremely difficult for Felix to handle her mental attacks any longer. 9 tails implies that her mental attacks will be amplified 9 times. Erebus sighed. I feel bad for the kid, but if he wants to leave with his sanity, he better surrender now. 9 times, that should be around mid-Empyrean ranked players or even higher. Wendigo smirked. If she got the crown, this game will end in her favor. Not so much. Kumiho disclosed. She might be my daughter, but her bloodline purity is honestly quite embarrassing. Why do you think I have been hiding her? No wonder Kumiho lacked confidence in her daughter to win this game. If she truly received her full bloodline, she would be dominating this game from head to tail. Still, it should be enough to handle that cutie. Kumiho smiled coldly as she eyed Felix, who had gotten himself entrapped within a mental attack. The viewers had no idea what was going on as both Felix and Tangle Seeker weren't moving, but in reality, they had already taken their fight inside their minds. Are you still not afraid yet? Tangle Seeker asked with bewitching voice as she walked around Felix, who could be seen chained down on a field of beautiful flowers.